Okay, Rachel, I'm going to start the video now. All right, we're live.
Welcome everyone to the Archivist's annual New York Archives Week Symposium, which we at the Center for Jewish History are honored to co-present today. I'm Rachel Miller, the Director of Archive and Library Services at the Center for Jewish History. And the center itself is home to 5 partner organizations who document the dramatic sweep of the Jewish diaspora and experience. And those organizations include the American Jewish Historical Society, the American Sephardi Federation, the Leo Baeck Institute, the Yeshiva University Museum, and the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research. And our organizations are also home to a large community of archivists who manage more than 5 miles of physical collections and 7 million digital assets. And in keeping with the themes of this year's symposium, our community of archivists and I all have the sustainability and inclusivity of our labor on our minds, most especially this year. We are honored that this is the 8th year we're co-sponsoring this important symposium, albeit not in our auditorium, as is the norm. But we're glad to be virtually involved in facilitating professional dialogue for the wider community. And we're thrilled this year at how geographically diverse the audience is and can be. I'd like to thank everyone at the Archivist Roundtable for pulling together today this wonderful program, including our Center for Jewish History archivist, Rachel Harrison. And I'll finish by expressing my gratitude to Amy MacArthur, President of the Archivists Roundtable, for her leadership behind all this. And with that, I'll hand it off to Amy.
Thanks very much, Rachel. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the 2020 New York Archives Week Symposium. As Rachel said, presented by the Archivists Roundtable of Metropolitan New York with the Center for Jewish History. My name is Amy MacArthur, and I'm the president of the Archivists Roundtable. And we are delighted to have convened a day of lectures, discussions, and activities that bring critical focus on the evolving nature of archives and archival practice in a time of uncertainty. I am speaking today from the traditional unceded land of the Lenape peoples, as we gather virtually to educate ourselves on how to counter the erasure and oppression of colonized peoples within our institutions and practices. We acknowledge and honor the original stewards of this land. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Archivists Roundtable, we are a volunteer-led, nonprofit organization representing a diverse group of more than 475 archivists, records managers, and special collections librarians in the New York metropolitan area. One of the largest local organizations of its kind in the United States, our members represent more than 160 repositories. We exist to provide a forum where members of the archival community can discuss issues of professional concern and to promote professional development through workshops, symposia, publications, and other programs. We educate the public about the legal, historical, and cultural value of public and private archives and manuscript collections, and we advocate for the preservation and use of historical materials. The planning for this symposium began last year when, in a departure from previous year's symposia, our education committee unanimously decided to devote the entire day to labor issues and concerns about sustainability within the archives profession. These concerns had been percolating in the background for some time in conversations with colleagues and community roundtables. And while our organization had taken steps on salary transparency and requiring more accountability regarding internships posted to our jobs board, the sense was that the ubiquity of precarious work and slim resources, paired with the increasing complexity of born digital media, was imperiling our ability to save ephemeral cultural materials and causing burnout amongst emerging professionals. The desire to hold a forum on how to strengthen the profession by identifying ways of sharing expertise and resources while aligning with each other to denormalize detrimental labor practices. Excuse me. We could not have anticipated that within a few months' time, a global pandemic would occur, with New York City emerging as an early epicenter in the United States. The New York City archives community, like the rest of the city, has had to adapt quickly in the midst of an ongoing COVID-19 crisis. This new reality of shared isolation, social isolation, has meant juggling remote work and caregiving for some, displacement and precarity for others. The need for solidarity and creative problem solving to support institutions and individuals who have been impacted has been profound. The protests in the wake of the deaths of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and others marked yet another turning point, throwing into relief the violence inflicted upon people of color, historically and in the present day, and opening the door for frank conversations about the lingering effects of structural racism. As stewards of the historical record, archivists know intimately the legacies of white supremacy in our institutions that have contributed to marginalization and disenfranchisement. In reflecting on the moments of global solidarity in support of Black lives, it was clear we needed to be intentional about framing our inquiry to center the ways in which inequitable labor conditions act against diversity in the historical record and in the field at large. Our presenters today include archivists, librarians, historians, and digital stewards, representing an array of institutional contexts and forms of community engagement. Each approaches archival labor and ethics from a different vantage, providing insight into the ways that structural forces and societal shifts intersect with specificities of archival practice and cultural context. Collectively, their research and practical experience point to the undeniable fact that working conditions and the value assigned to memory work and archival expertise directly impact equity and inclusion in our collections, workplaces, and communities. And that only when we understand that these concerns cannot be decoupled from one another can we really begin reparative work towards a more inclusive archival record and equity within our profession. And so with that said, it is my great pleasure to introduce our opening keynote speakers, Sandy Rodriguez and Ruth Kitchen-Tillman. Sandy and Ruth are co-facilitators of the Digital Library Federation's Working Group on Labor in Digital Libraries, Archives, and Museums, of which Ruth is the founder. Sandy is the Associate Dean of Special Collections and Archives at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. She has held consecutive grant-funded positions for almost 5 years as a contingent project manager supervising other contingent workers. Her experiences have led her to speak on the challenges of managing grant-funded projects, particularly focused on labor concerns with position design and the role of identity in these contexts. She imagines a world where we can create and sustain anti-oppressive spaces, find connections that build empathy, and shape perspectives that work towards collective justice. Ruth Kitchen-Tillman is a cataloging systems and linked data strategist at the Penn State University Libraries. She has held precarious positions and supported a precarious academic spouse. Her research and service agendas focus on improving the working experiences of new professionals, from technical onboarding to labor conditions. She envisions a world where human flourishing always comes before the bottom line. Please join me in welcoming Sandy and Ruth.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandy Rodriguez. My pronouns are she, her, and I work and live on the unceded ancestral lands of the Kickapoo, Osage, Kaw, and Sioux.
I'm Ruth Kitchen-Tillman. My pronouns are she, her. I work and live on the ancestral lands of the Susquehannock and the Haudenosaunee. We'd like to thank the organizers of this symposium for their invitation to speak and the Center for Jewish History for the support of this virtual program. We'd also like to give a shout out to the Archives Roundtable of Metropolitan New York for improving the visibility and language around salaries and the job postings that they share. We aren't going to read through the whole list of people to acknowledge, but want to point out that it's taken the participation and efforts of so many people working together to make the outcomes of the Collective Responsibility Project possible and to keep it going. Specifically, we'd like to thank Amy Wickner, co-facilitator of the DLF Labor Working Group and co-investigator on the Collective Responsibility Project. She's been our closest collaborator for the past 4 years, substantially contributing to or improving everything we publish, including this talk, while leading additional work on valuing labor. We'd like to thank our co-investigator, Stacy Williams, who inspired the formation of the DLF Labor Working Group, and Emily Drabinski, whose work on power and organizing has provided clarity on successful resistance work. Our deepest gratitude goes to the many participants in the labor forums, contingent workers, LAM administrators, funders, hotel staff, and particularly Aaliyah Reich, who took on much of the administrative and coordination work for the second event because it directly followed the DLF forum. Thank you to the Institute of Museum and Library Services who funded the forums and our advisory board who provided critical insights toward their design and execution. We want to thank the Collective Responsibility Steering Committee made up of forum participants who lead the ongoing extension of our labor advocacy toolkit. And finally, thank you to Era Tanzi, who generously agreed to review this talk and provide insight into a union perspective. Labor is a concern that we all share, but it's also intensely personal, shaped by our experiences and identities. So before we start, we'd each like to share a bit about our positionality. First, neither of us has experience in a unionized workplace. This has placed certain limitations on our perspective, although we have pursued other means of organizing, including governance and affinity groups. I just marked 3 years in a tenure track position at a public R1 university, which puts me in a place of privilege and has also given me the mental space to work on these issues. My experiences of precarity included graduating into a recession and spending over a year and a half trying to find full-time work, working in a contracted position, and 8 years supporting an adjunct spouse. I approached these experiences as a disabled cisgender white woman who grew up in the middle class, who writes and quilts as ways of sharing her experience of the world. And I also bring the lens of my Mennonite faith, where I first encountered such concepts as mutual aid and community care.
And I've been working in a variety of roles at the same mid-sized public research university in Kansas City for just over 12 years. I'm currently approaching 2 years in an administrative role, which grants me quite a bit of positional power. But as a woman of color, my lack of cultural capital has surfaced distinct tensions between identity and positional authority. I came to this work on precarity, like many others, through experience and trauma related to contingency. As you heard from my bio, my first positions at UMKC were consecutive 5 years of grants in which I was a contingent project manager supervising contingent staff. I approached these experiences as a cishet Asian Latina, first generation college graduate and daughter of a Korean immigrant. My mother's experiences in particular as a forced child laborer and a contracted custodial worker who was laid off have greatly influenced my understanding of labor exploitation. So for nearly 4 years, we've been working together to study and act on the state of contingent labor in the field of libraries, archives, and to some extent museums. In 2018, our project Collective Responsibility received funding from the IMLS to hold 2 forum meetings in 2019 that concretized information about contingent labor and grant-funded projects. Setting a standard for the labor conditions of grant-funded workers would mean incorporating labor-focused prompts into grant guidelines, guidance for reviewers, and post-award reports for institutional accountability. Today, we're going to speak more broadly about some of the challenges we've recognized and how we might move toward building transformative solidarity. Just as the aspects of our lives that we shared shape how we approach questions of labor, labor issues are deeply interlinked with social and political conditions of this country. So to name just a few, labor has been under renewed attack in this country for nearly 40 years. From Ronald Reagan's firing of over 11,000 air traffic controllers in 1981, to the recent Janus decision in the Supreme Court and recent anti-worker decisions of the National Labor Relations Board. Many of us have not recovered financially from the fallout of the last recession, whether we experienced it as mid-career adults or it stalled our prospects before we even graduated college. Even before 2020, millennials could anticipate being the first generation in recent memory to be less well off than their parents. Attention to racial injustices has increased, but we've seen no real change or consequences for the people or systems which enact them. Climate change threatens the most at-risk communities among us, while the government reverses their already inadequate attempts to slow its progress. The list goes on and things are rapidly devolving. In the past year, the global pandemic has revealed just how precarious our intersecting structures are, government, healthcare, education, and how the uneven distribution of power between them has increased precarity for the working class, while further consolidating the power of the owning class. The neoliberal project decimates programs and institutions aimed more at the public good than turning profit, even if we try to play by its rules. That includes libraries and archives, the post office, SNAP, and WIC. Its power brokers recast institutions and individuals as rising and falling on our own merit, each responsible for all aspects of our own being. This framing rejects any benefit which cannot be quantified. It ignores the complex intersecting systems of power under which we live, including white supremacy, ableism, and heteropatriarchy. It treats precarity as the cost of doing business and leaves the precarious to shoulder that cost. It's hard to ignore precarity right now. It's everywhere. The pandemic has shaken many who had previously felt secure. The catastrophic impact of its gross mishandling has resulted in massive layoffs, furloughs, and pay cuts. I would venture to guess that the vast majority of us have experienced or are anticipating some form of these institutional cost savings measures. Due to the pervasiveness of low wages and student loans in our field, many workers don't have savings, let alone family wealth to fall back on. The Archival Workers Emergency Fund, one of the many aid projects formed to meet this need, has distributed nearly $140,000 to support almost 160 archival workers. Essential workers outside our profession face hazardous conditions while largely not receiving adequate pay. Administrators and boards deem frontline staff in our institutions to be essential, forcing them to carry the greatest risk for the least pay. Others are laid off entirely. Many of these workers are Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC, who face higher risk of death from the virus while also continuing to experience police brutality and increased violence from racist and xenophobic rhetoric, giving rise to protests by library workers from Philadelphia to St. Louis and calls to fundamentally transform our systems. Precarious workers who are caregivers can't afford the hourly pay loss when they miss work due to a child or family member's illness. Dependence on receiving employer-provided insurance in the United States, a life and death matter even before the pandemic, particularly harms those with long-term conditions or disabilities. For BIPOC, precarity is compounded by the life-threatening discrepancies of healthcare received, the chronic psychological stress of our mostly white workplaces, and state-sanctioned acts of violence, which affect all areas of life. Seeking to change the systems that cause or heighten precarity is complex lifelong work, extending far beyond addressing precarity in our field or precarity caused by the pandemic. It must be done in solidarity with other workers, not just those within our particular job classification or field. It must be done with openness to hearing each other's testimonies of the different ways precarity is experienced. It will come with challenges. Our wide range of experiences and perspectives mean that at times we will disagree on the best course of action and become frustrated with each other. But what if the friction natural to our multifaceted existences provides us with a better grounding for solidarity? Self-described Black feminist, lesbian, mother, poet, Audre Lorde calls us to work through and across our differences, to recognize difference as crucial strength in order to broaden our possibilities. If we are to succeed, she says, divide and conquer must become define and empower. In this talk, we take inspiration from Jose Medina's epistemology of resistance. Medina offers a resistance model that encourages embracing dissent and radical contestation as necessary for the pursuit of justice, a model which provides space for alternative ways of knowing, being, and doing. Like Lorde, he sees our heterogeneity as strength, as critical in developing what he calls collaborative and cooperative models of radical solidarity. We have a responsibility to ourselves and each other to come together, to collectively imagine the world we want to live in and build the power to make it a reality. Our collective survival and liberation depends upon us struggling and resisting together.
How do workers build the necessary momentum and power to contend with the multifaceted precarity of archival labor? That's a tough question with no single answer, or we would have fixed it by now. We need healthy unions. We need to end the rampant white supremacy in this field, country, and world. We need collective organizing to mitigate harms that are experienced right now. We're going to spend the rest of our talk highlighting the specific approaches we might take in overcoming precarity together. If we agree that the vision of an equitable and sustainable labor framework is critical to the future of archives, we must examine the attitudes, practices, and habits that get in the way of that vision. In our attempts to make change, we often find ourselves trapped in what Lauren Berlant names cruel optimism, attachments to the very thing that keeps us from thriving. Berlant attributes our reproduction of neoliberal systems, even when we see their harm, to the complication of these attachments. We become convinced that we must solve these problems as individuals or as small groups or by becoming the good administrators. And for those of us in LAM, there's an additional factor at play. How do you feel when I ask, why as a profession do we continue to reproduce the systems which have harmed us and continue to harm others? What would cease to exist if we didn't? Perhaps your work feels so perilously close to not existing that that question fills you with dread. Or perhaps you think of the enduring value of the records with which you've worked. If we didn't think this work mattered, we wouldn't be fighting to stay in the profession or to improve it. But we are too prone to think of ourselves as charged with a kind of sacred responsibility. Fabazi Itar, who will be giving the closing keynote, has named this vocational awe. This mindset leads us to maintain harmful practices if the alternative is leaving something undone. It tempts us to devalue our experiences and those of others in the name of the work. If we want to change things in archives, we must begin by naming them. In Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Paulo Freire writes that the act of naming and renaming changes how humans exist within the world. Naming is how we acknowledge what's there, and it opens up the potential for acts of reclamation and transformation. By naming together, we are no longer alone. We are able to invest and redirect our time and efforts to envision a shared future of the archival work and then transform and rename it. So, what do we name in archival work? We frequently speak in neoliberal frameworks of productivity, outcomes, and assessments. We have a record of how many collections were processed and how many finding aids created. We share that we use the most up-to-date content and descriptive standards for creating those finding aids, the leading system for creating that description, and that they have received a particular number of page views in the last month. We keep statistics, tracking how many patrons we served and how many requests for material were put into our system. But what often doesn't get named under our systems, methods, and standards is the labor. How the conditions under which that labor takes place are directly connected to and therefore impact our ability to process, preserve, or provide access to anything. In audiovisual archives, for example, positioning the obsolescence and degradation of fragile media against a short time window, in other words, naming the precarity of formats, led to the declaration of archival emergency. Rather than create permanent jobs to meet this long-term concern, institutions created and funded short-term projects with short-term labor. Like the misnamed diversity work, we've relegated our labor to outside of rather than within the work that we produce. Why don't we name labor? Well, the systems under which we operate, capitalism, neoliberalism, white supremacy, and ableism, all benefit from silence and from individualizing structural problems. Neoliberal managerial culture prizes cost-cutting for efficiency as an apolitical action, which inherently improves a workplace. Workers as individuals or unions get labeled as troublemakers for raising the subject. In his keynote for the Critical Librarianship and Pedagogy Symposium 4 years ago, David James Hudson named another complicating factor, the individualist myth of exhaustiveness as a cause of silence and of silencing. We're expected, if we bring up problems, to understand the whole problem and to offer solutions as well. Workers who experience the greatest harms also keep silent because of social positioning and power differentials, such as that with a person who might offer them advancement in the field. In Implications of Archival Labor, Stacey Williams illustrates this challenge by noting that people without job protections or benefits are unlikely to discuss anything about the work that is problematic, such as the transient nature of grant-funded archives projects, or the fact that some PIs don't include relocation expenses or even a living wage. Workers don't want to be seen as complainers or troublemakers by those who might hire us, particularly if we're trying to escape a harmful situation. And it's interpersonal. Workers keep silent because we fear the pain that may come with our speaking. We fear damaging relationships, even with those with whom we no longer have a power differential. We all know that it hurts to be told that choices you made in creating or managing a position caused another person to suffer. We fear telling middle managers or the others with limited power the extent of the pain that they caused us. And if we're in those roles, we fear admitting our own failures in creating better labor conditions for our colleagues. But we are beginning to break that silence. An increasing number of archivists have provided critical insight into how the invisibility and devaluation of archival labor has normalized our precarity, offering powerful testimonies in presentations, articles, and Twitter chats. Part of the work of the Labor Forum and other recent projects in LAM has been to gather the experiences of workers, both quantitative and testimonial, in a way that becomes too visible to ignore. For the first meeting of the Labor Forum, we worked to create spaces where currently and recently contingent workers could share their experiences, from anonymous breakouts, anonymous surveys, to breakout discussions, to presentations for the entire group. Groups focusing on labor issues have formed within almost every professional organization in the field, bringing people together to conduct research that surfaces this issue as endemic. Angel Diaz and Courtney Dean's Issues and Advocacy Survey and the Salary Transparency Spreadsheet started at SAA 2019 are just two recent examples. These are the aerial maps that make visible the topography of our experience.
As we become more familiar with the landscape of contingency, how do we determine what will move us forward? We've all seen more than our share of statements, motivating talks, ideals, and the like without much change. As we work to make collective imaginings a reality, we must determine which actions move us toward a better future while also reducing the immediate harms experienced by the precarious. We can do both. Medina promotes non-ideal theory, a transitional approach with a commitment to the priority of real injustices over ideal justice, acting from the assumption that injustices in our workplace are abnormal and not who we really are because of our presumed commitment to ideals, enables those of us not affected by those injustices to ignore them and to therefore minimize the suffering they cause. He recommends that we begin our work by examining the concrete realities of our daily lives rather than these distant and abstract ideals. In the wake of the June uprisings, most, if not all, of our institutions made renewed statements of commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Some have actually started to use terminology like systemic racism, institutional racism, and anti-racism, and fewer still have used white supremacy, anti-Blackness, or anti-Black racism. While this shift in language is important, the BIPOC who work within these institutions are well familiar with this cycle. It devotes more time to making statements and hosting listening sessions than changing actual conditions. A non-ideal approach shifts the starting place of our conversations to an understanding that our institutions are racist and uphold white supremacy, embracing the friction that could lead to a new and more just norms and conditions. We should acknowledge that there is risk in this approach, only increased by such recent actions as the executive order against anti-racist and anti-sexist training. Following Princeton's statement about systemic racism and white supremacy, the Trump administration launched an investigation into these claims. They seek to either prove that systemic racism doesn't really exist or penalize Princeton as though this is somehow a unique condition at that institution. By making an example of Princeton, they indicate to institutions that such statements will be used as grounds for harassment. But while it carries risks, we see great potential for a non-ideal shift to move us past acknowledging the specific harms of precarity toward taking responsibility and actions that would focus our time and energy on investigating and ameliorating these harms. What would it mean for the largest influential LAM organizations to take this approach, to position their pervasive reliance upon contingent labor in the field as a problem and prioritize a solution, to understand that we are not a diverse profession because we uphold white supremacy, to recognize that collections, preservation, and access are inherently connected to the conditions of workers. How do we get power in its various forms to talk about contingency and precarity and take responsibility? In our newest tool, talking about contingency at work, we offer scripts and scenarios that move discussions of contingency and precarity into our actual workplaces. We ask that you honestly evaluate the power you hold and that you understand the labor landscape of your organization. We offer role-based responsibilities and tactics in relation to your positionality, preparing you to anticipate disagreements. Working from the non-ideal and engaging the conflicts that arise from our heterogeneity, archival workers can locate ourselves within the dominating structures that divide us and work to identify with those who are experiencing precarity in its many forms. A radical solidarity requires those with relative power to engage epistemic friction with humility, curiosity, diligence, and open-mindedness, and to have conversations that question widely accepted practices that tend to benefit them, such as, why are processing archivists largely funded by grants or other soft money while curators are funded on continuing appointments? What are the breakdowns by race, gender, and other lenses of identity by position in the organizational hierarchy? Who is granted access to promotion opportunities? How do these processes even work? Why, when we have EDI committees charged with fixing our equity and organizational culture issues, do we call that service work instead of administrative work that is the responsibility of highly paid administrators? Why are administrator salaries driven by market rates when staff are often not making a living wage? What do these decisions communicate about our values? Why do administrators who profess to believe in social justice retaliate against unionization campaigns? These are questions that are specifically challenging to power, primarily those who hold positional authority within organizational hierarchy, but also those who benefit from their social standing within dominant systems.
As Jennifer Ferretti demonstrates in her recent article, Building a Critical Culture, naming does not necessarily lead to transformative action. Here we find Medina's concept of epistemic humility useful. To do this work better, we must identify what ways of knowing and what aspects of ourselves are prioritized under dominating systems. Under these systems, for example, a cisgender white woman and a transgender Latinx femme making the same argument in the same words and tone will be heard differently. A pregnant person who argues for parental leave will be seen as self-interested in a way that a budget officer using numbers, charts, and projections to argue against it won't. For those who are white or male, cisgender, straight, able-bodied, or in positions of power, the cumulative effect of receiving presumed credibility and authority under these systems can produce what Medina describes as an active ignorance. What if those prioritized under these current systems could admit our areas of ignorance of the experiences of those who are not? What if we approach this work with humility, curiosity, diligence, and open-mindedness that centers the experiences of those most affected by harmful labor conditions? Administrators must recognize that there are times when their power requires them to leave the room so that others may talk freely. Identity-based caucusing provides workers from marginalized identities a space to disagree without the pressure to center the dominant perspective. Though practicing solidarity across our differences will be challenging, we see it as a critical step between naming our many presents and developing a collective imagination of our future.
The problem of labor in our field is not one that can be fixed quickly by a few projects like collective responsibility. However, individuals and groups engaged in interconnected and mutually influencing actions that become chained in social networks, what Medina calls chained actions, are one path toward the change we seek. It will take time, coordination, and an intentional mental shift to change the attitudes, habits, and conditions that reproduce the harmful effects of precarity. This is going to be a slow-moving and challenging process that involves trust building across differences. We can anticipate clashes with administrators, but we must continue to build momentum. Collective responsibility was designed as an intervention originating out of a group of current and formerly contingent workers who connected through the Digital Library Federation's Labor Working Group. The formation of the working group was inspired by Stacey Williams's 2016 DLF keynote talk, All Labor is Local, an invitation she received shortly after her powerful act of naming the devaluation of archival labor in her article, Implications of Archival Labor. We've seen this in other places, such as the salary transparency spreadsheet concept, which archivists started after a museum worker salary spreadsheet was published. The inspiration for the museum workers, Kimberly Drew's keynote address for American Alliance of Museums Conference, which referenced the Professional Organization for Women in the Arts spreadsheet. These equitable, imitable acts of resistance are an answer to the individualist myth of exhaustiveness. None of us need to arrive knowing all of the answers or even all of the questions. Instead, our chains of action and response move us forward as a whole. As these chains grow and extend, they can coalesce into collective action, deliberate and organized.
Even for those of us not in unions, organizing is a source of power for change. What would happen, for example, if we organized to end the requirement that field study projects in a particular LIS program be unpaid? To make such a change, current students, alumni, and those at the institutions which take field study workers would need to organize together. Current students are the most affected, but have the least individual power, though they might collectively refuse to complete the field study requirement. Alumni could act together in support of current students, sharing their own experiences and withholding financial support from the program. Those at institutions which provide field study experience would need to secure funding or refuse to offer unpaid work. Making that happen, it's a lot more complex than those few sentences, and it wouldn't be easy work for many of the participants. Students would carry the greatest risk as it might prevent their graduation, or they might get a reputation which interferes with later job hunts. That is why such work must be done collectively, with everyone bringing their experience, their ideas, their support, and their power. And to change things in our field, we will also need to organize with those outside of it. For example, in some states, state archives and libraries are required by law to employ incarcerated workers for certain tasks. They are not allowed to hire contractors instead, or to raise the obscenely low hourly wages. We're talking pennies. It's easy to be horrified, but as a colleague at such an institution challenged me, my horror doesn't do anything to fix the situation. The law needs to change. Fortunately, this is not work that we must do alone. In fact, we should come from a place of epistemic humility rather than seek to direct such work. We must join with and learn from the prison abolition movement, whose members and leaders have been working to end this practice for years. And of course, one of the longest running movements from which we can learn is the labor movement itself. Despite decades of government, corporate, and academic institutions collaborating to erode union power, in the last few years, we've seen new unions formed by adjuncts, by graduate students, and by LAM workers. Forming or joining a union brings us into connection with other workers with whom we can organize for change. At the Carnegie Library of Pittsburgh, library workers voted to unionize with United Steelworkers. The MIT Library Unionization Drive collaborated with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. The University of Washington librarians and professional staff are organizing right now with the help of Service Employees International Union, the same organization to which the library's paraprofessional staff already belong. These connections can expand our ideas of what's possible and how we see ourselves in relationship with others. With all the recent changes in how and whether we work, we are in a time of great uncertainty and possibility. Let us act in ways that move us forward so that the important work that has been done in naming our problems of precarity does not stagnate. We need more than statements. We need to attend to harms in the present, even as we collectively imagine a better future. Organizing in solidarity with others means that we don't have to be exhaustive or exhausted. Let's move beyond our silence, push past our resistance to discomfort, and build power together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth and Sandy. To our audience, there's a Q&A bar that you can select at the bottom of your screen if you'd like to pose questions to our speakers. And I will just start off by reflecting that the work of the Collective Responsibility Project is something that was very important to me as somebody who was sort of in a position of relative power, able to hire contingent people, and who had come up in the profession at a time when unpaid internships were so ubiquitous that, and these conversations had not yet been elevated. I didn't even know what equity would look like in that kind of scenario. So making these things more visible and trying to set a floor for what equitable practices would look like for contingent workers, I think is really abundantly important, and especially just in recognizing that right now with the scenario that is playing out in New York and other places because of the pandemic, we're seeing a lot of unevenness on where precarity is now located. Some workers who are grant funded actually are experiencing more security because their position was already paid for, whereas other workers who had full-time staff positions have now experienced furloughs, layoffs, and other kinds of changes at their workplaces. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the guidelines that you guys put together and how administrators and grant funding organizations can think about being responsible given the changes that we're experiencing right now. Certainly we can't walk away from grant funded projects, and especially more community, smaller based organizations will be needing that grant funding more now than ever.
Yeah, just to quickly speak to mentioning the stability now of grant funded workers. When I started 12 years ago, that was 2008, right? That was one of the moments where I felt like, it's, ironically, at least I knew that I had, 2.5 years, right? And there was this, air of precarity. We at that time we didn't have any layoffs, so we were really fortunate, though we did have some later in 2017. But Megan Cessny from, I think, University of Arizona, is that right? Yeah, wrote about that exact topic, about how she also was in this grant funded position and had experienced some relative stability just because of the context, right? So we do have to think of the contextual relationship too, what's going on at the time, and how that can kind of flip things a little bit. In terms of the guidelines, we had a couple there. We started some in the DLF labor working group. That's how we started our conversations. And those were the guidelines that turned into Do Better, Love Us. But we used the work from the forum, the experiences that were shared through the survey and also in the forums to kind of capture and improve these guidelines. Because at the time it was just, these current or formerly contingent workers. And we had done some literature review, but there wasn't as much out there as we were anticipating. So we were looking at LAM and LAM adjacent sort of fields where there was a lot of contingency and precarity. And then we were using our own experiences, right? So we kind of jumped off from that with the collective responsibility forum to really get the systematic understanding to kind of fill in. And we did improve it quite a bit. So it took a while for us to feed into that. And the other, one of the major outcomes from the grant itself is collective equity. I don't know, Ruth, if you wanted to talk about that one since you did a little more work on that.
Sure, just unmuting. So I believe I'm sharing the collective equity handbook right now on one of our websites. So one of our goals was to establish a baseline, something sort of like what Amy mentioned, where if you are working on a project and you want to argue for something, you need something to cite. Before Stacy's talk, I was reviewing a grant and I had nothing to cite to say, hey, these position designs are actually bad and not productive and will probably lead to the grant not working. So during the first one, we put together a white paper, which really captured some of the experiences. And so we didn't include as many numbers and statistics today, but if you'd like to read those, it's all linked in the references that's linked in our slide that I'll share again. And then we created this, we essentially created 2 documents as part of collective equity. The Evaluating Project Design for Worker Equity is perhaps your 12 Angry Men grant reviewer guide of the questions to ask, the places to find out and assess the questions. And it's just a starting point, but it helps you establish a baseline and then you can cite it. You know, it was created in collaboration with current and formerly precarious workers, with people who do research, with funders. There were quite a few at the table while this part was being written. And so we encourage people to incorporate it into their own reviewer guidance for assessing position design, but this is also something else that you could cite. And then over here, these were actual phrasing that we recommend people either consider dropping in directly. Again, we worked with funders to refine like how the phrasing of an application works so that we could come up with direct phrasing. And of course, we encourage people to adapt it to their own work. So it lays out each major section and then, you know, says like what's actually included in the fringe rate, for example, which is one of those things that you have to put together with designing a grant. Are you going to be providing this person with healthcare benefits? If not, why not? Explain how the professional and travel and professional development funding, if you're asking for it, will support staff that are not just the PI, unless, you know, it's a 1 PI grant. So we created these as an attempt to give people a place to start, a thing to cite, and something that was actually done in collaboration, because we kept this separate because this is more of our high level goal. We would like to see contingency reduced, abolished, but these are our long-term goals. And then these are some of the steps that we hope to see on the way there.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm curious, within those guidelines, is there any thought towards having archivists consult on the creation of grants and position design? I know that with a lot of cultural organizations, especially smaller ones, they may not have a full-time archivist on staff, and while the desire is there to create projects that would leverage their archives and get them out to their communities, which I think is very well-meaning, they may not actually have the insight into what the labor entails in order to design those things in a way that is equitable. Is there any thought towards that in these guidelines, or is that something that you're thinking about more generally?
Just to start off with an answer, I think that one of the goals is for reviewers to be able to provide that kind of feedback. That of course does bring it around another cycle, but to have a way to provide feedback on a grant once it's been submitted. But I think that's an interesting idea of giving people support in designing those positions when they don't necessarily understand what that work would look like and what's a realistic project assessment.
Yeah, I had some direct experience from a poorly designed project. I'll just say that I think people in my institution will see this too, but the first project that I was on and the second one, they were similar, but in terms of not the design of my position, but the design of the project, I was able to provide feedback so that, you know, frankly, in the first project, of course, you feel this immense pressure to get it done on time, even though like the timing didn't work out. I was hired like 6 months into the 3-year grant cycle. And so everything was kind of condensed. And at the end of the project, I was like working through the weekends because I wanted to get it done on time. And so I was very adamant about, you know, providing input on the design of the next project so that it would be reasonable. So we have some stuff about project scope, but just to that end, I think if the more we can get grant funders to incorporate these prompts and have good reviewer support, really looking at this labor lens. You know, many grant funders end up putting examples, right? Like of projects or the grant language or grant applications that folks submit. So I think that can kind of slowly inform things, but at the same time, like, you know, like we're saying, the more work we can do to elevate this issue and the more strong statements and guidelines and things that we have out there, the more we can kind of shift this practice. And what I know we had talked about with those the Do Better, Love Us guidelines is, wouldn't it be great if like institutions could like sign on to this, right? But then there's this bit of skepticism, right? It's what we often see is, well, we can claim that we're doing anything. Like we can claim we go by these guidelines, but are we really doing it, right? And I think of, for instance, you know, just thinking more like cynically about things, which I think is a good tool, a good thing to do to just try to make things stronger. You know, Sarah Ahmed in her complaint work, she talks about like, you can set up a process, but that doesn't mean that it's followed, right? That it's going to be followed in that and executed in that way. So yeah, I think it is not something that is a quick thing. I do think it's going to take multiple ways of coming at the problem. But yeah, it would be great if we had more direct guidance on position design. I think we try to do that, and we kind of call it our manifesto, right? The Do Better, Love Us. I don't think people understand when we say like pay pay or elevate the market rate. That's an equity sort of claim. People don't understand that, well, if your job has an end, but your job doesn't have an end, then maybe one of the things we can do to increase equity is give you a higher salary, right? So yeah, it's challenging. But I think there are multiple ways that we can try to make it less risky to kind of give that sort of feedback to improve the project design, whether it's the scope or the position itself.
Well, and I would say also being able to point to the research that's been done in recent years is very helpful from the position of, you know, someone who is between an administration and other workers, particularly contingent workers, but even regular staff as well, because I think that, yeah, the argument around market rate is based off of what are already pretty depressed salaries and benefits for a lot of workers. So I think we need to raise the bar overall, and without pointing to that need, I don't think that it's likely that people kind of at the middle rung will be heard. We have some questions coming into the Q&A that I'd like to relay to you guys. The first is, what work outside of unions can we do to convince our leadership that making these changes is necessary? That's big.
Well, we kind of mentioned that. So like we're both not in union, labor situations, but we've done some work through governance, which has its own frustrations, but like here at UMKC, where librarians are NTT, non-tenure track faculty. And so we have our faculty governance groups, our librarians council, and then also affinity groups. So, I was one of the people who founded our Anti-Racism White Allies and Advocates group. And that's a group that is looking at racism on campus, but, there are aspects of equity on labor that come up there. But, I'll just say this in sort of illustration of essentially, a layoff situation we had where some contracts weren't renewed and layoffs happened. It is like in these moments of crisis where you really need to think about like what groups are there, like what coalitions can we build, like what's already there, right? And I do think that there's this sense of, threat, and that can be perceived, right, from administration, because they're the ones who are making those decisions, but they may not always feel like there's that idea of like the good administrator, which is, it's not about good and bad, right? So, they can be traumatized by having to lay off people, right? But it's not the same trauma, not remotely the same. The impact is not remotely the same. And so that comment about, administrators need to leave the room is very much based off of something that we did. I decided to go ahead in this moment of crisis and chair our librarians council. And we did this whole thing where we kicked the administrators out of the room. I gave them a heads up so they weren't like alarmed. And I was just telling them like, we need to talk without your presence in the room. We need you to acknowledge verbally in front of all of the librarians that should anyone come in and talk to you about what is discussed in this meeting, that you will stop them and tell them they're violating the trust and confidence of their colleagues. So it was like accountability on both sides. And we developed what was essentially, we didn't call it a list of demands, but we developed essentially a list of demands. But part of that work was around creating structures for safe, anonymous feedback. And so we have, that all came from this like moment of crisis where our colleagues were literally like walked out the door one day. And so we created this just anonymous Qualtrics that sends questions, that where you can send a question to administration and they are supposed to publicly respond to the question. So difficult questions were being asked, challenging questions were being asked. But yeah, I think that setting up those structures are really important because it's some way to safely create a mechanism to for accountability, essentially, like you do answer to, and then the other thing we noted was our staff did not have anything remotely similar, right, to what we had. And it wasn't about saying our staff need to organize, like librarians are going to tell staff, you need to organize. It was about creating safety for organizing. So our librarians council basically leveraged our power and safety to say, is staff interested in doing something similar, like creating a memo the way we did? And we would encourage this be explored, and that kind of, in a way, made it, gave not really permission, but like safety for them to organize. And they've been organized ever since. Now there is a staff group in the library.
I think to follow on that, I see several questions that came in which sort of come around this overall concept of also someone asking about being ignored when they bring this kind of thing up. And Vincent had made a note about one of the things on our advocacy toolkit. And I think it all kind of comes together in that one of the things that we worked on after the labor forums was a project called Talking About Contingency at Work. And that is sets of scripts and scenarios for sort of building allies in the workplace, building power in the workplace, because yeah, you can't be a one-person force to change your workplace situation. It's not going to work, and it's going to be frustrating and painful. And you know what? It's, as we said earlier, it's a lifelong project. There may be times where you just cannot change the thing. But what we hope is that you can start building these small connections, right? Having a couple of co-conspirators, a couple of people planning and strategizing together before a big meeting like the one that Sandy mentioned, which I guess I should add to, she was not on the admin team at the time. That was 2017, after a big layoff. And so I think that, yeah, it's, that's one of the reasons we wanted to address that overall thing. And then Vincent had shared one of the things that we linked, which is from the labor notes, the tool. We had Jane McAlevey, and I really recommend her books, as a speaker at our second labor forum. And she discussed like making a chart, figuring out who you talk to, that kind of thing. And even if you're not creating a union, just having charts, that was sort of part of the inspiration for our, for the Talking About Collective Responsibility at Work. So I sort of saw a theme in all those questions, and I thought I could maybe answer that.
Yeah, just to tack onto what you're saying as well about building those connections. I know in speaking to many colleagues who are at workplaces where people have been laid off, and some of them have experienced those layoffs themselves, and others have had colleagues close to them laid off, and what have you, recognizing that there is different trauma that's being experienced all around right now is something that I think is valuable to think about, but also many of them have told me that they had no voice in the process of where decisions were being made. And I think if we already have these networks of communication with one another, and especially if, you know, as like with the affinity groups that you're talking about, where there's already a statement of solidarity in just being part of that network, the possibility of mobilizing to have your voice heard feels more, you know, like more feasible than if you are, you know, still kind of operating alone. I don't want to hog the Q&A time though, because there's a lot of questions coming in. Let's see here. And I saw that you responded to the question about being ignored, which is something that I think many people can identify with, bringing these concerns forward and not feeling heard. I'm going to go to Janelle's question, which is, what occasion were either or both speakers involved in recruiting, hiring, and promoting others into the profession, and what thoughts would you offer as best practices?
I've done some hiring. Yeah, so I feel like that's a little difficult because it can be very institution specific. There are definitely, I guess, expect that there are some archetypes that you have to run into, some rules that are set out, depends on the position that you're hiring for. In terms of recruiting, I'm particularly focused on recruiting BIPOC, but at the same time, I feel sort of the sense of we need to improve our fields. Like, you know, like almost a sense of what am I recruiting you into? And so I think continually trying to improve that, knowing what so many of our problems are, as part of that helps. And then just recognizing like and giving agency to people and just being really honest about, and I know this is like a different approach for some people, which, you know, are very like, it's not that I'm negatively framing things. I think it's important to give people the reality of what's going on in the field. I mean, it's similar to many fields. So, but you know, giving people this realistic perspective, I think gives them more agency and options to think outside of like, oh, I'm just so committed to this one thing that I want to do. In terms of, yeah, hiring, it's navigating and understanding the systems that are in place, and then really thinking through, for instance, some of the rules that have come down for us is something like off-list referencing, which can be extremely problematic for BIPOC in particular, where if you don't know what that is, it's essentially, we're not only going to contact the people you listed as references, but we're going to look at your CV and see who might have who you've worked with, and we're going to choose someone to contact. And you can see where that can be really problematic, especially if you don't have a great relationship. Sorry, getting a, but essentially it's, you know, this is one of the things where like getting involved, I know, especially now, you know, one of our responses to the racial injustices was let's spin up some task forces and look at our hiring practices, for instance. And of course, I get focused on the retention part because again, it's like, what are we hiring people into? But like off-list referencing was one of the things that we definitely focused on and said, you need to give people, be as transparent as possible and tell them, you know, we do off-list referencing. You have an option. You can actually refuse. And then also, if you do choose someone, tell them who, so that they have the agency to then clear up like and say what that relationship was, or even notify the person.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that is one of the things we discussed just coming out of the labor forums was learning about and understanding your HR structures, because those are the sort of scenarios you're going to be fighting within. And it is sometimes going to be a fight, unfortunately. And so that was something for people like me in particular who are not really involved at all in hiring to start to explore.
We've got a couple of really interesting questions in the Q&A. One is, I have a question about a particular job announcement that I just saw. A librarian and archivist at a cultural organization with supervising and budget setting responsibilities with pay of 45 to 48K a year. What is the proper response to that? And for some context, I believe that Maya is referring to a job posting in New York City, which New York City has a very high cost of living. And if you look at the MIT living wage calculator, that position would only be a living wage for a single person with no debt.
Yeah, I think this is where the salary transparency spreadsheet comes in, using tools that are available. And Ruth and I have talked about this because I'm just blown away. That was the thing about New York City, seeing the people who had added their salaries to that just, you know, being someone from Kansas City where, you know, the cost of living is far less, and seeing some of the same salaries or just a little bit more than what we might make in Kansas City was really alarming. So I've been thinking about like, how can we use those tools to try to change things in regional areas where it really isn't like, it's not a good living wage, right? Like to try to move those salaries in some way. yeah, if you're applying for that job, I mean, I guess the one good thing is that the salary is actually transparently listed. But if you feel like you're, I need to apply for a job because maybe I've, been laid off or I don't have a job right now, I would still, use the tools that are available to you to if you get so far in that process to really note the discrepancies in salary and expectations. The spreadsheet doesn't really go that in depth because it's in some sense trying to be anonymous, right? Not like this specific person makes this salary. And I think that's where getting more information about, okay, what's the level of responsibility? We can kind of infer that by like a title, or someone says, I oversee, or I'm the head of a special collections or an archive. You can kind of guess that they might have these certain responsibilities, but it doesn't go into that sort of level. So I think we could do more around that.
Yes, besides the living wage calculator, I think the one other thing I wanted to mention is something that was in one of our original drafts and we took it out because of reorganization. I'd like to challenge everybody listening today to think about what $50,000 salary means to you. And then keep in mind that, say, $50,000 in 2010 is $59,000 today. Like, that's an enormous jump of nearly $10,000 difference. So if that was like your starting salary and you live somewhere like central Pennsylvania where that's not a bad salary, that still isn't the same amount of money as it was 10 years ago, or God help us, 20 years ago. I don't even know what that would be. I haven't looked that one up. But so inflation calculators and such help you challenge some of your own preconceptions when you think, oh, $50,000, that sounds nice. And it's actually not necessarily as nice as you might think.
One thing that I would also just kind of throw into that conversation as well is that I do think that listing the salary is an improvement and something to be commended, because still so many places do not list salaries. And I think that's something that is a dynamic that I have seen playing out, is that, it's that people are feeling kind of caught in the middle of things where they've successfully advocated for having a staff position funded at their institution, as opposed to contingent labor or relying on unpaid student labor, which is a win, and something to be celebrated. But when the starting salary is not equitable, especially given like the broader context, that just points to how much work we have left to do. And I think that I want to be careful about like not discouraging people from posting salaries on the basis of worry about maybe like, public backlash, as has happened on some listservs. But I think it's still okay to criticize that or point to the fact that like you basically are ruling out anyone who has a family. You're basically ruling out anyone who has a debt from health issues or from school. So I think that just how that's actually impacting your ability to be inclusive needs to be something that we continually like sort of reaffirm, point to again, based off of, as you said, these other tools. I want to be mindful of the time because we've got about 5 minutes left, which might not be quite enough to fully unpack another question. We do have a question here from Patricia about the hierarchical structure of work, and if the workplace, sorry, I'm doing a bad job of skimming. If this hierarchy is part of a colonial / patriarchal systems, why are we still mimicking this unfair and unnecessary structure? All jobs are important, just different tasks. And we should look at our work as a cooperative endeavor. And do you guys have, I know we only have 5 minutes left, so it's not a whole lot of time to address the question, but do you have any top line thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Trying to get folks to understand, like, I'm not able to do my work in my administrative role if I don't have all of these people doing their work in their roles, and then they have people doing their work in their roles. And just like the interconnectedness of it all, it does, I think having those conversations, those direct conversations, that was one of the questions, right? About, you know, where we place value, right? And one of the ways we communicate value is salary, right? Another way we place value is around like who has more power for decision making, like who's involved in the decision making. And so I think if we have those specific conversations to deconstruct all of that and really think intentionally about what that says, we do have to think in terms of these values. And these aren't things that there's so much of the work that we do that's dependent upon each other, that, you know, we do need to think about, like, this person has been doing this work that we would call maintenance type work, and we just expect it. But why does this person do we never give this person a merit raise because this person's only able to do their innovative work because this person's so solidly doing this work, right? And so I think getting away from this individualist sort of mindset, which I think is kind of baked into this hierarchical thing, even just like going up in the hierarchy, right? And whether you have access to that, right? I think is one of the biggest challenges we have, is confronting that individualism and where we place values. So I do think we should have these direct conversations that's about that. And it's an uncomfortable thing. And that's kind of why in our talk we're saying, like, embrace that discomfort, like, because of that, especially now, when you know that you have staff that are accessing your university's food pantry, like, things aren't equitable, right? It's not, like, we have some room to make some changes and like rethink how we're structuring things. It's a systemic issue, but it's also something that we can't abdicate our responsibility around to each other in our localized context.
And some of the work on maintenance related stuff that's come out, I think, has been good around valuing that and questioning. I mean, we have to question what it is that we're maintaining, right? Are we maintaining these kinds of systems? But also, are we valuing the people who, say, maintain the catalog, right? The database that is behind that. Some of the things that one can do too is, you know, we don't have a particularly large amount of power in my cataloging department. I'm located in cataloging and metadata, and our department is actually organized into teams. It's not a very hierarchical department. Every teams have different tasks. They rotate who the leader is and such. Now, that does not necessarily affect things like salary band and salary and the like. And I think that there's a lot to talk about how people should be compensated for their work. And even if it's not innovative or new or shiny, if it's keeping everything going. But it's been an interesting experiment. And by experiment, I mean, it's been going on for over a decade. And so examples like that, where one can see if other departments are interested in looking at similar models and the like. But yeah, it is a tricky thing. And I would like to see a person who is doing basic cataloging paid as much as a person who's doing like more technical work, because they all keep us running.
Well, I actually think that that's a great place to close out this session, because it kind of leads into our technology panel that's happening next, that delves into issues of invisible labor and the kind of ethics that are bound up in that. So I want to thank both of you so much for joining us as our keynote. And to our audience, we are going to take a 10-minute break to get the next panel set up. So feel free to take a break for yourself. We'll still be at the same link, so you can join us then. Sandy and Ruth, thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing these conversations together throughout the symposium and hopefully beyond that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, give me just 1 second. There we go. Sorry. There you are. Hi, Jessica. It's great to see you. Hi, Joanne. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Amy.
It's wonderful to see you all.
Yeah, it's really nice to see all the panelists for the first time. Thank you for the email introduction, Amy. It's a real honor and a pleasure to be here with y'all today. And I wondered if I could pronounce everyone's name once and y'all can just double check me before we do introductions. Will that work? Okay. So Christina Pacelli.
Patuelli, close enough.
Patuelli. Okay, got it.
Lot of
Thank you.
hours.
Patuelli. Okay, thank you so much,
That's
Christina.
perfect. Thank you.
And then Dr. Lenise Williams.
Yes.
Perfect. Awesome. And then Joanne Wong and Meryl Agish.
Agish.
Okay, cool. Thanks, y'all. And I want to share, so here's a document. Y'all may be working from your own, well, this will just go to panelists, okay. Y'all may be working from your own document, which I usually do. So if this is not useful, don't worry about it. But this is what I'll be working from. And so, yeah, the introductions for each of you will include your title and your organizational affiliation. So let me know if there's anything else that you would like for me to add. I couldn't find equal amounts of information about everyone online. So but I did find bios for a couple of you. So if there are specific things, I wanted to give everyone equal time. So if there are specific things that you want me to mention, let me know. But otherwise, I'll keep it relatively short. And so like my intro will remind everyone where they're at. You're in the right place if you came to this panel. And then just kind of remind everyone what the theme of the panel is about and do a little preview as to the subject of each of y'all's respective work or research agendas. And then I'll switch to Christina, and then after Christina, we'll switch to Lenise, and then after Lenise, we'll switch to Joanne and Meryl. And then after Joanne and Meryl, we'll go to Q&A. And I've put those questions in here in case that's helpful. So y'all know what I'm reading from, basically.
I'm just gonna note, Jessica, when I clicked the link, it was asking me to request access.
That would be helpful. Joanne, if I actually gave y'all access, right? That would be good. Okay, thank you. I just updated it. It should work now. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Jessica, so can I share the screen and my PowerPoint, of course, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, great.
Mm-hmm.
And we have 15 minutes, right?
Yes.
So
Yes,
I need to
precisely.
go fast because I realized that I packed quite a bit of content. So anyway, I will try. And
yeah, no, it's always less is always harder, right? Less is always harder. Yeah, no, I know. How is everyone doing? It really is such an honor to be here with all of your work. I read more about you. I was familiar with some of the things that y'all had done, but I was reading more about everyone's work, their projects, some of y'all's publications, and it's just such a wonderful thing to be able to hear all your presentations today and have a discussion with you.
same here.
I'm totally thrilled to be here also and to have a discussion with archivists and people who are very much invested in all of the issues around archiving. So if I stand up, it's because I'm too excited to sit down, but I'm going to try to sit down the whole time.
I love that. That's awesome.
It's so wonderful that you gave us the possibility to connect. My work is all about connections and linking people. So that's a fantastic context, yeah, for me. And so I'm very excited to get to know.
Amy, you Amy, you brought Lenise, Christina, Joanne, and Meryl together, right? Like this was your theme, your panel.
That's true.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I know. I always love inviting people together to have like webinars or panels or roundtables, because yeah, putting people's work in conversation with each other leads in all kinds of really interesting directions. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Well, guys, we're about 2 minutes from getting the session started. I'm gonna turn off my video so that it's just Jessica, the moderator, and the panelists. And let me just, as I'm doing that, Jessica, I believe that Jenny will be spotlighting you first.
Okay.
All right. And we'll give it just a couple of minutes for people to come back from their breaks and start right on the dot, 10:30.
It's a lot of Zooming.
It's become its own verb at this point.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Jessica, I'm going to spotlight you now since it's 10:28.
Sounds good. Thank you,
This
Jenny.
is Jenny, by the way, coming out of mutedness temporarily.
Thank you so much, Jenny. We so appreciate your technical production amazingness back there in virtual space.
Right. And I'm going to take down our slide and we're good to go. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Recentering Embedded Knowledge in the Archival Technosphere. This is a panel with Christina Patuelli, Dr. Lenise Williams, Joanne Wong, and Meryl Agish. My name is Jessica Meyerson, and I'm the Director of Research and Strategy at Educopia Institute. I'm also the co-director of the maintainers, and it is a true honor to be here with you all today. Warmest thanks to all of the organizers of the 2020 New York Archives Week Symposium for bringing this panel together, and their efforts to develop an engaging and thought-provoking program as a whole. In the next 80 minutes or so, our esteemed panelists will each present for 15 minutes on their respective work. All four of our presenters are working at the forefront of critical curation and memory making. And today we're going to look at the role of technology as the tools that connect GLAMs to the wider digital ecosystem, the mediating, erasing, and reifying misrepresentations of marginalized communities, and also as the means by which knowledge and memory production is happening in different communities. And with that, I would like to introduce our first presenter, Christina Patuelli, who's the professor and co-director of the Semantic Lab at Pratt Institute. Christina, take it away.
Share this screen. And so hi everybody, and thank you, Jessica, for the kind introduction, and thanks for giving me the opportunities to share some of the work that we have been doing with the Semantic Web, our research group at Pratt Institute School of Information. So we have been experimenting with semantic technologies applied to archives for a number of years, mostly in the domain of the performing arts and art history. And today I will focus on Lean Jazz, which is our first and ongoing project. Lean Jazz has provided the space to experiment early on with new modes of representing and connecting cultural data. And the project has the specific goal to uncover the dense web of relationships that tie together the jazz community based on the idea that the connective nature of Lean data, which is a graph-based by design, was ideal to represent the social network of this community. So to introduce the project, I always use this iconic photo from 1958, which shows a snapshot of a relevant segment of the jazz community. But if we want to know what relationships these musicians had with each other, who were close friends, who mentored whom, who collaborated or toured together, just connecting these dots would require incredible effort with traditional archival research methods, which would involve sifting through piles of documents, digging into content to find data to compile and analyze. So we use oral histories as source of data from various jazz archives around the country, as interviews are key documents for the history of jazz. So we focused on the actual content of the textual document that rather than on its description. So we generate Lean data directly from text, producing what I would say are native Lean data. So not converting basically from legacy data. Now, while our technologies and tools have evolved over time, the methodological framework has pretty much remained the same and consists of automatic text analysis performed on the document, lightweight text analysis, basically recognition of an extraction of proper names. Here we have a segment of an interview to composer, pianist, and arranger Mary Lou Williams, where she talks of when she first met Thelonious Monk. So we connect the names of the people extracted from text based on dimensions, and automatically we encode this data as relationships among the people entity, making statements in Lean data jargon triples that assert very basic connections, such as Mary Lou Williams knows of Thelonious Monk since she mentions him in the text. This way, we transform primary sources into data, and we created a data set that can be queried, reused by different applications, but also visualized as an interactive network where users can explore the data through navigation or examine, for example, the circle surrounding a musician with the possibility to go back to the actual source transcript and to the actual passage, providing evidence that justifies that connection. Now, if we want to be able to say more, for example, about the relationship between Williams and Monk, then we have to rely on methods that involve human supervision for deeper analysis of the text, with tools like for crowdsourcing, like 52nd Street, or with tools like Datalytics for semantic annotation that make it possible to specify relationships at a more granular level. For example, using the properties from the core Lean Jazz ontology, we can say that Mary Lou not only knows of Thelonious Monk, but also they were friends, she mentored him, and they collaborated together. Now, Lean Jazz has evolved rather organically, with the current focus on segments of the jazz community which are less represented. For example, women, who are often a neglected footnote in jazz history. Just looking back at the Ann Keynes photo, we notice at a glance the lack of representation of women in the community. 3 out of 57. So where are the women? My colleague Karen Wang, who has processed most of the oral history, we have done 54 so far, found that when women were interviewed, the number of female names mentioned increased exponentially. So women jazz musicians were and are there, playing a key role in the community, but are often invisible. Karen identified and associated the gender property to people entities in the data set. Not an easy task, especially a few years ago when you had to rely on traditional name authorities that have minimal and often inconsistent biographical data, but she was able to create a gender view of the network. Now it's possible to query transcript data by the gender facet and conduct some level of analysis, not only for counting women musicians, but also to understand their distribution in our network. Here is a graph of the most mentioned women, or through a radial representation, the ego network of connection of an individual based on gender. And the aggregation of the actual passages where people talk about, for example, Mary Lou Williams with gender specification, opens up the possibility for discourse analysis and for analyzing in general the narrative surrounding a musician from the perspective of women's study. We have been expanding with new types of documents with the focus on currently women bands, such as the International Sweethearts of Rhythm, the first integrated all-women's band in the United States. And we are looking at here at the obituary of Carlin Ray, a member of the band. Link data is a formidable technique for unearthing marginalized or just forgotten people. And when we put them in context, into complex historical context, we gain new perspectives that could trigger new interpretations and possibly foster new narratives. Here we have mentions of Carlin Ray singing and playing bass in the Alvin Ailey production of Mary Lou's Mass that can be linked back to the passage where Mary Lou Williams in our data set talks about this production, which is a way of enriching and contextualizing the data set. We continue to graph out communities currently collaborating with the Wicksville Heritage Center on their Lost Jazz Shrines of Brooklyn, a collection of oral histories documenting an influential but lesser known community of jazz musicians. A collaboration that benefits from our recent technology shift with the adoption of Wikibase as our data platform. Wikibase is the software that powers Wikidata, from which Wikibase inherits all the open and collaborative functionality. So this platform is where all our data from the different segments of Lean Jazz and different projects of the Semantic Lab, plus the tools and the applications sit together in one place so that modeling, managing, querying can be performed in a unified and integrated fashion. And that's all from my side. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. So we're going to move directly over to our next presenter, Dr. Lanice Williams. Lanice, take it away.
Okay, here we are. First, I'd like to thank Amy, Maya, Rachel, the tech wizard Jenny, the fantastic moderator Jessica, and the Archivist Roundtable of Metropolitan New York for this opportunity to be here and participate. The title of my talk is, as you can see, Erasure is Not Inevitable. Erasure and the Aesthetics of Digital Archive Representations. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Written this way, so to ask about the consideration, well, it's written this way to elevate the role that decisions make in processes of image making, and some of those processes leading to erasure, but also asking us to consider that what seems like a trivial decision may actually have a significant impact. When it comes to representations of people and populations, the impact of our actions can be far-reaching. And that's far more important than the question of our intent. So here's the plan. I'm going to talk about an art historical project because a project that I'm working on is the seed that drives the intervention that I make. And I'll talk about a roadblock that I hit that forced me to pivot towards the intervention, and I identify some of the decisions behind the erasure of the historical record. And then I will quickly talk about how I'm inserting art historical methods and perspectives into computational treatments of archives, including artificial intelligence and machine learning. So, the project. I'm writing a manuscript about the creation of the glamorous Black athlete visual type in mass-produced media in the 1920s in Paris. The representations of Black male athletes in 1927 shifted from distorted brutes that are barely legible dark masses and threatening figures to these radiant, glossy 1920s celebrities that formed the foundation for the larger-than-life superheroes of the present. And I'm centering on the diverse portrayals of Black Panamanian boxer Alfonso Teofilo Brown, who's imaged here. He's on the left-hand side. He's the welterweight world champion between 1929 and 1926, and then again in 1938 to 1941. What you're looking at is a high-resolution digital image, but I own the actual newspaper. So I have a physical copy. The physical copy, the materiality and the issues around that are extremely significant to this project. And they played a key role in my insertion of art history into computational archival space. So, and part of the work that I do as an art historian is to disassemble an image or an object to lay bare the decisions and the selections made that give the image or object its form. And I try to identify and consider what were the available choices so that I can think about why certain decisions were made to use certain materials and the impact of those materials on the image or the object. So here's an image of Kobe Bryant. Well, when you look at it, it's obvious that it's a Nike advertisement and it features Kobe Bryant. But when I look at this, I also see a series of decisions. His head is disembodied, and I have a purple outline around it. There's strategic lighting on his face that highlights his cheekbones and other features like his forehead and chin, suggesting depth. His skin has been edited via Photoshop to give the illusion of a flawless surface. The decision makers of this image had many other choices. He could have been shown in a frontal position. It could have been a body image. It could have been an action shot, but they chose these components because of the work they wanted the image to do. Images such as this one of beautiful Black male athletes are ubiquitous in contemporary American and global culture. We take these images for granted in the 21st century, and you can see the similarities here in terms of the lighting, et cetera. The merger of the aesthetic objectification in Black male athletes' bodies is relatively new. The first image is the image on the left. It's the cover image of Alfonso Brown on one of the most widely circulated sports weeklies, Match L'Entrant. From this point on, I'll just refer to it as Match. So, and it is created by a complex intersection of photography, particularly glamour photography associated with the cinema, and rotogravure, which in the 1920s was a cutting-edge photomechanical printing process, those things were aligned with new strategies and graphic design. So I found this actual newspaper at a flea market in Paris at the beginning of my research. And I was completely taken with the way he appears, you know, in a close-up headshot format, which is more in common with a Hollywood cinema star than a battle-scarred boxer who participated in the bout before. He had just defeated Edouard Mascar, who's also in the image, the night before. But it was a critical piece to find the newspaper because I worked with that physical object, and the physical object led me to investigate the process by which the image was translated onto the newspaper. It's a very distinct and different kind of technology. And how distinctive was the image compared to other newspapers at the time? Everybody else, well, all but 4 newspapers in all of France used halftone. And this is what the halftone printing process looks like. Images of Michael Jordan. Halftone is on the right-hand side. It's a kind of engraving that uses a grid-like screen of dots of different sizes. And it was revolutionary when it first came out because it allowed photographic images to be printed alongside type on inexpensive paper. But it really fell short of transforming the full range of photography's possibilities. And it didn't even matter if the original photograph contained the nuances. And that's what you see on the left. If you print it in halftone, that's how it would be translated. And here's an image of Brown photographed, printed in halftone process. And you know, his face is barely visible. It's a series of dots and dot patterns and he looks very blotchy. So halftone has a detrimental impact on Black phenotype. It erases the subtleties and details that signal the richness of full humanity. Match chose rotogravure, as you can see on your right. What is rotogravure? It's a photomechanical printmaking process that takes its name from photogravure, which was used for printing photographs with in their fullest detail. Photogravure preserves the most subtle details in an image, and it's unmatched in its ability to portray a range of photographic tonal equivalences from Black to white. This is combined with textile printing, a cylinder which was used to print textiles. And together, that becomes what is known as rotogravure. But Match manipulated what rotogravure could do. But first I will say the impact of rotogravure and the way that Match manipulated it is a representational revolution of the first order. Black phenotypes benefited greatly from the way rotogravure could faithfully convert the subject of photography's soft focus and spotlighting. Subtle gradations from the lightest grays to the darkest black, which had been impossible to achieve in halftone, as you saw, were fully realized in the way that Match manipulated rotogravure. And here's an example of one of the other newspapers that's using rotogravure on the right-hand side and Match on the left-hand side, showing the way that they're manipulating rotogravure to create a completely different type of image than the type of image that was out there. We see the priority on the skin and the creation of this effect of a glow, the distinction in the details of the face, the foregrounding of the face, in opposition to the image of Brown from a distance, with his back turned towards us and not that many details actually coming through. So rotogravure can do both of these, but Match manipulated it to do what you see on the left. Technology is not neutral. Technology is designed and constructed by human beings living in specific contexts with specific values. Human beings have values. Those are built into the technology they create and the decisions they make. And the decision to accept certain aspects about technology without fully understanding, even thinking about or understanding its capabilities, has resulted in an erasure of the historical record. When I went to look at other issues of Match, this is what I found on databases. That's the image of the same, this is a high resolution image of an actual newspaper on the right. And on the left is a digitized image of a microfilmed copy of the newspaper. That's what we get in digital archives. There's no path to understanding rotogravure in the image on the left. I never would have figured that out with this image on the left. I needed that hard copy, which I fortuitously found, and there was no path to find out how rotogravure was used to create the glamorous athlete type in this representation. I can't emphasize enough. The project that I'm doing would not be possible had I not found the hard copy. So I wanted to see who else, if the image on the right was the actual first image of a Black athlete represented this way. So I had to look at everybody who's using rotogravure, which actually wasn't that difficult because it wasn't used by a lot of people at the time. There were 6 publications in Germany. So I looked through all of those. There were no images of Black people there. I looked through 7 publications in the UK. There were no images of Black people. I looked through, and then I found out that the New York Times got a rotogravure press in 1913, but there were no images of Black people until much later than 1927, which is when the image on the right was taken. And then I remembered Black newspapers, African-American newspapers in the US. I did some research and I found that indeed the Philadelphia Tribune published their 1926 December 31st anniversary issue in rotogravure. They had just gotten a press. There was a huge buildup to it. And I wanted to see what it looked like. But I couldn't find a hard copy. And when I looked at African-American newspapers, this is what they look like. And I looked at this and I thought, I can't do anything with this. I can't use this. If one is think of doing a study on representations of Black people in mass media, this is what we have to work with. And you can't really work with that because you can't really see anything. There was the roadblock. Nobody has hard copies. I have looked all over for the hard copies. There are 2 newspaper repositories in the United States, one at the University of Utah and one at Duke University, close to me. But they don't have that newspaper. They don't have everything. So I pivoted. Microforms, microfilm, and digiting employed on newspapers for archives and libraries strip away all the revolutionary advances made by rotogravure. Transformation technology and decision to use these particular ones have erased already marginalized people of color from the historical record. It didn't have to be this way. I found, doing a lot of other research, I found that microfilm, I studied microfilm. I had a fellowship at the Getty in 2016. And in the Conservation Institute, I studied all these types of photomechanical printing processes, including digitizing. Microfilm is made to record high contrast, very dark colors and very light colors. It distorts and minimizes any tone that falls in between that. A lot of people of color fall in between that. And then digitizing also flattens tones. It doesn't happen to the degree that microfilm just sort of distorts things, but still most, the newspapers, okay. In 1929, the Library of Congress started to experiment with microfilming. That's 2 years after that image of Brown came out. By 1935, they're pushing this on and to other libraries and archives, telling them it'll save you money and it'll give you space. Because newspaper is difficult to preserve over time. It crumbles, it just doesn't last. So this was their solution. And in the early 2000s, when the Library of Congress started to experiment with the digital process, they started digitizing microfilmed newspapers, not the hard copy. So every image that we see in an archive that's pre-2006, because 2006 is when the first born digital newspapers began, everything before that, except some early pre-1900 newspapers, we're looking at 2 different transformation processes. I also did research on, culturally, what was happening, socially, what was happening. Well, Woodrow Wilson increased segregation in the federal offices in 1914. There were no people of color involved in the Library of Congress's decision to use microfilm, and the people who were there weren't interested. They weren't interested, nor did they really explore what microfilming was actually doing. And there are racial implications, as I've shown you. Transformation technology and the decision to use these particular ones have erased already marginalized people of color from the historical record. It doesn't have to be this way. Last summer in 2019, actually, so 2 summers, I started the Vera Collaborative. It is an international institution, interdisciplinary center that advocates for culturally responsible archival practices that addresses the significant erasures in visual material and historical representation disproportionately affecting communities of color. This is a new paradigm of justice in the archival science and computational sector that is generated by art historical, visual culture, and material culture studies and theories. These are some of the interventions, and for the sake of time, I will keep that there for you, and it'll be a part of this presentation so you can read it. So, but one of the things that I'm doing, I'm focusing on a critical analysis of the transformation technology. Is just one component because I'm looking at representations writ large here and deeply considering what the possibilities are, what the mediums do, And this is all coming from art history. I've given presentations at the Library of Congress, at the National Park Services, the Maryland State Archives, Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers Annual Conference, King's College London, the British Library, the Alan Turing Institute. Had a conference in January, and I gave a presentation there. I am currently a part of a project that the National Park Services situated me on a grant to create a cutting-edge digital asset management system for the Mary McLeod Bethune Archives. And last summer, another team of computer scientists and myself, I'm collaborating with them on an IMLS grant focusing on a national online collaborative network for integrating computational science into educational practices. And I have another project that's pending. So transformation technology is not neutral. Its creation and use occur in specific social contexts. There are biases built into technology and what it produces. Decisions and technology impact how people are portrayed and remembered. The failure to interrogate technology and racial beliefs resulted in an erasure of the US historical record. This is systemic racism. It doesn't have to be this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. And with that, we're going to hand it over to our last two presenters before we transition to our discussion. That is Joanne Wong, who's the General Librarian at Hunters Point location for Queens Library, and Meryl Agish, the Community Coordinator at the Queens Memory Project. Joanne, Meryl, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to start sharing my screen. Alrighty. So thank you everyone for coming to listen to our presentation on hashtagging our stories, archiving with social media in the COVID-19 project. I do want to make a mention, thank you to Archivist Roundtable to reaching out to both Meryl and I for inviting us to be a part of this presentation. Professor Paciuelli, Dr. Williams, I loved your presentations and I'm so excited to speak with you after this particular segment during our roundtable discussion. As mentioned, my name is Joanne Wong. I'm a general librarian at Hunters Point Library. And Meryl, if you want to get us rolling.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. Just to second what Joanne just said, thank you so much for including us in this panel. I will start off by saying that I'm not a trained archivist. My background is in journalism and oral history, so perhaps a little bit of a different perspective, but I am here to talk about, for our archive, a community archive, having to really do sudden shifts in our approach and our practice and really reorient the way that we do our archiving work. So Joanne, if you go to the next slide, thank you. So Queens Memory is a community archiving program administered by the Queens Public Library and Queens College CUNY. We recently celebrated our 10-year anniversary, and really in pre-pandemic times, I would say that almost all of that work was being done in person, often in the branches, but also in community spaces, around the neighborhoods of Queens. We have 65 branches throughout the borough. And I'll tell you, the week before shutdown on March 16th, to give you kind of perhaps a busier week than normal, but still a typical work week, we were hosting a story sharing circle at a local pottery studio in Kew Gardens. I was supposed to go to Flushing to interview a local photographer. I was going to our Jamaica branch to present at a conference for the friends groups of our library system, and also then lead an oral history workshop in our Ridgewood branch. The only thing that happened that week was the story sharing circle at the pottery studio. So when the library closed on March 16th, we really had to think deeply, I think like so many of us, think about how do you engage with community when it no longer exists in the same way, when all of those ties that were always happening in person can't be done. And if, for those of us who were in New York at that time, if you recall, March 16th, the week of March 16th, March 23rd, there was a real deep fear, of course, of what the future was going to hold. But also there was a real, I think for me, a personal panic of how do we engage with this moment that we're all living in, that we're all being affected by the pandemic in these very personal ways. And we can't talk to each other. We can't connect with each other other than Zoom calls, if you have those tools available, or the people that you happen to be sheltering with. And so very quickly, I think between March 16th, we launched our COVID-19 project on April 9th through a series of conversations with our tech partner, Urban Archive. I have to give them a huge shout out. They really made this possible, but also with our staff internally to think about, if we are an archive that exists to make a record of life in Queens, and we were at that moment, the epicenter of the epicenter, how do we do that? When everything previously was being done in person, how do we suddenly shift to an all remote approach? And thinking too of all the people who we will miss, because as we all know, the digital divide is huge. And when it comes to a large urban public library system like ours, there are a lot of people who depend on the person-to-person interaction in our library spaces. But what could we do in that moment? And I will say, I think one of the real pivotal moments for myself was on March 25th, there was a New York Times story that came out. It was a video and also a print story about 72 hours in Elmhurst Hospital, which, if you all recall at that time, was really, it was being described as an apocalyptic scene. There were 12 deaths at that time. We all know what happened in the weeks after. And some of the conversation that I saw online with the community groups and partners that I was talking to over those 2 weeks as we prepared to figure out what are we going to do, it was that question of who are those 12 people? We're hearing about the numbers, but who are the people who are on the front lines? Who are the people who are dying right now? And they're really, we did not have the tools to mourn, of course, and we didn't have the tools to mark what was happening beyond data points. And so very quickly, and I'll get to the exact tools in a moment, but when we launched our COVID-19 project on April 9th, we kind of decided, let's just open up our archival floodgates. And since we have a very much a DIY approach to archiving, that we do have our own interest, of course, we want to make a record of life in Queens, and we do so by giving people the resources and the tools for them to record oral history interviews, to understand the practice of that, to understand how to work a recorder or a cell phone if they have a smartphone with a recording tool, and also to use the library's resources to scan family photos and to be able to have digital copies of personal items that they can choose to then donate to our archive, or they can just do it for their own benefit. We're there to provide a service for DIY archiving. And so we thought, okay, we're going to reach as many people as we can, knowing that there's still going to be a limit. We launched a toll-free number for people to call in and leave voicemails of about 90 seconds, 2 minutes max. We have web forms that we translated into numerous languages where people are able to submit, and still we invite everyone to submit their stories in any digital format. So of course, text, photos, videos, audio stories. We also have received scans of artwork that's been done during this time. A 6-year-old's hand-drawn school assignment of life in quarantine. We've also been doing oral history interviewing, all remote, and also a real big push on social media, which is what we're going to focus on in the next few slides, to attempt to reconstitute community when it cannot be done in person, and also to create community where perhaps it didn't exist previously. And Instagram is our big tool. So early on, we decided to launch in tandem with this COVID-19 project. We did not have an Instagram account prior to this point. We did have presence on Facebook and Twitter, as well as the Queens Public Library's main accounts. But this was our own space to decide for ourselves, how do we engage with our community? What do we want this space to be? And for a platform where there is very much a self-documentary impulse, I think what we were asking of people to do really matched with the intention of at least Instagram on some level. Of course, there's a lot to critique there as well. But we announced our launch on the same day and began with a series of prompts week by week, where we would invite people to respond to something like our new normal. What's one way that your life will never be the same? And they could comment, they could tag us with the Queen's COVID hashtag, or they could also submit through the web forms that were always linked in our profile in a more formal step. We have been using it really as a valuable tool for outreach directly to people who are interested who may not have known about Queen's memory prior to this point. I think for those of us in Queens, the public library and Queens College are two of the major institutions of this borough. And so we have a certain cachet, of course, by being associated with these organizations, but Queen's memory as a small program is not as well known. So what we've been able to do is really capitalize on that personal outreach that we're able to do, where somebody reaches out to us, we post volunteer calls to submit stories, calls to engage with us in different ways. And then it's the person-to-person contact of sending a DM and having somebody pretty promptly, usually, because I feel like I'm always on Instagram, respond. And then through that, we're able to build up our volunteer base, where prior to this point, we had, I think, about 5 or 10 active volunteers. Now we have a volunteer base of dozens of people who are helping in all kinds of different ways, and many of them are coming to us through Instagram. And some of the highlights that we've been able to share too, on the lower right, there's a photo, a family photo, where a family in the Flushing area in North Queens, one of the relatives submitted this photo, and she included a brief story saying, in the first months of the pandemic, our family ritual, every Sunday we have dinner together. It was always on Zoom, but it wasn't working out. My mom didn't know which way to point the camera. It just really was a very poor copy of this ritual that's so meaningful. So this was their first time being together in person, socially distanced, masked. Everybody had their own individual portions of food, no cross-contamination of utensils. And I think that's a profound family snapshot that I certainly can relate to. And more recently, we've also been using our Instagram to engage with archival spotlighting, some of the deeper dives that we're doing in our existing archives and showcasing what we have in the collection that maybe people aren't as aware of. So this week through Urban Archive, and thanks to our colleague Imai reporter for doing this excellent curation, we're highlighting a faculty strike that happened at St. John's back in the 1960s. And I think for some of the St. John's students who are following us, this is a surprise that we have these photos, that this strike even happened, and they can really reflect on some of the close parallels that are happening today. And I can speak briefly too about Twitter, which existed prior to our Instagram account, but kind of acting as a secondary amplification site of what we're doing on Instagram. It's very much easier to share on Twitter. We're able to network with colleagues and also with our interested audience very easily there, but there is a deeper approach I find on Instagram. But what we're able to do on Twitter is easily connect, and this is less connected to our COVID-19 project, but more broadly connect with colleagues in the field and be part of specialized networks and engage in these conversations that maybe, and I'm sure we're all missing being together in person for a conference such as this one, that we're missing out on some of those conversations that happen more easily perhaps when we're in our clusters of communities. But I'll just mention recently through our home movie day promotions last week, we got tagged into a conversation that was happening between NYU's MEOP program and the Brown Media Archive about some orphaned home videos that they had received in Georgia that happened to be of a family in Queens. And so now we're trying to help them out to identify where was that parade happening? What neighborhood is this from? And that's something that, you know, it's a nice feature of attempting to be parts of community when we can't be together, but that's separate from the immediate work that we're doing. And Joanne now will speak more deeply about how Facebook has been a tremendous tool for us too.
Awesome, thank you, Meryl. And so to continue of what Meryl was saying, you might have noticed from some of the snapshots she had taken, some of them were advertising events. Now, in this new virtual setting, meeting in person is an impossible task at the moment. So when we were deciding how we would do virtual programming, when we're thinking of how to do virtual programming, the first thing was how can we reach the most amount of people on various platforms. And so we actually ended up choosing Facebook Live as that platform. And what has ended up happening is that our events have been doing extremely well. And so in terms of the types of events that we are doing, is roundtable discussions in regards to various topics. So for instance, as you can see at the bottom, we've been doing them with Queens College Libraries. I do have to give them a shout out for this. But for instance, we've been trying to, in the context of the COVID-19 project of archiving this historical moment that we're all living in, all the topics have been really current. So for instance, the first one we did was model minority versus COVID-19, about the rise in racism against Asians in America. Some of our more recent ones have been about Black Lives Matter and anti-racism in higher public education. And our most latest one was about voting and student leadership for our next generations. Our upcoming one is actually going to be about how to encourage and include diverse voices in our oral history projects. And so all of these events and these roundtables discussions, they are archived, and so they are all available in our digital platform Aviary for future viewing. However, one of the benefits of Facebook is, besides having them as Facebook Live events, we also have the ability to have people who weren't able to attend the event replay the event and share the event. This has resulted in a lot of being able to continue to engage with our community even after the event is over, continue to inform and educate, but then also to archive these really important discussions that need to be happening at this moment. Other things I did want to mention with Facebook is that we've also been doing at one point it was every week, it's turning more into kind of a more monthly situation, is our What Shapes Our Communities video series. So these were interviews that we did with various local organizations, local artists, and local businesses, where we would talk about who they are first, whether it's organization, business, or artist, and then also shift into how they are adjusting to COVID-19. One of the main and imperative parts of this project was to highlight a lot of these voices, because similar to what Meryl was saying, we hear data of just, businesses are closing down and things like that, but we're never ever given the voice of those businesses, those local organizations that are trying to keep up, and those local artists who are struggling. And so this really gave a platform for them to speak and talk about their experiences at this moment. And so once again, those videos are archived also as well, as they are part of the historical record that we are collecting. And then other things that I'll mention is that also based on material that we received from the COVID-19 project, we also did some short videos called Snapshots of Queens, where we highlighted some of the submissions that we received. Specifically, so the one that you see on the screen right now is actually one of the artists that had submitted. Their name is Alexis Ward, and they talk about being an artist during this time. And I highly recommend checking them out. Usually they're only about 5 minutes long, but it's really taking a lot of this archived material. Of course, we always check in with the person who submitted to make sure that they're okay with this, but then we check in with them, we create a short video dedicated to their submission or various submissions, because sometimes we did put 3 people into one video. And then we threw it into the world so that people can see that, yes, we are collecting stories, but we're also highlighting the community voices and showing, kind of giving them a platform to speak about their own experiences as well. The last thing I wanted to mention was also we had an opportunity to do something like that, similar but in a longer format with QPTV, where once again, we were given 2 episode slots and we were able to use a lot of our archive materials that we had received from the COVID-19 project and create these longer episodes to really, once again, highlight the community voices. The last thing I want to mention is we've also been doing a podcast. We actually just finished the podcast. Meryl was our wonderful narrator on that. And then once again, it involved interviews and clips from the COVID-19 project specifically. What was great about that was also, besides a podcast on Facebook Live, we also did a podcast listening party where we would reach out to people who had submitted materials and were included in the podcast and kind of see where they are nowadays. Once again, those videos were also archived. So just to kind of sum up this slide is that we did and we are continuing to do many of these events on Facebook Live, and they're really about engaging with our community, highlighting a lot of the community voices and a lot of the issues that we're all facing as of right now and that we need to talk about. And then also, besides having these on Facebook Live, also making sure that they're archived for the future historical record for people to reference. So in terms of archiving material, just very quickly before we get to the end, in terms of, as Meryl was saying, we have our forms where people can submit their materials. That is on Urban Archive. Once materials are submitted, for instance, like images, what happens is that they're geolocated on the map, and then you can check out a lot of the submissions via that way. In terms of digital material, as I mentioned, like the What Shapes Our Communities videos, the panels that we've been doing, many of them with Queens College, and also those snapshots of Queens and the QPTV episodes and all those things that we've been creating, they are on Aviary and they are all available. And so that is the end of our presentation. You can find us at all of these links. I will say a big part of this digital presence, give a big round of applause to Meryl because that Instagram has been very imperative for us to get the word out. And when people ask, why are we pushing so much on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, I think the best part is that we're trying to reach our communities. We're trying to reach people who might not be aware of the archival process, people who might not know about Queens Memory or the archives in Queens Public Library. We're trying to reach all of those people to really empower them and give them an opportunity to have their voices added to the historical record and for them to have a chance to have a platform to speak upon. So that is the end of our bit. And so thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Joanne and Meryl. Amazing. I just want to say thank you to all of our esteemed panelists. I learned so much from listening to each of you talk about your work and your research and the interventions and calls to action that you've identified for both institutions and communities. So with that, we're going to transition over to the discussion panel. And I know Kathy McKenzie has been waiting patiently. She had a question queued up for Dr. Williams a while ago. So before we dive into some questions that I've pre-prepared for our panelists, I would invite all of our attendees to think about any questions that you have for any 4 of our panelists and start to post them in the Q&A box right underneath Kathy's question. And I will read Kathy's question aloud to Dr. Williams. So Dr. Williams, could you clarify, you mentioned this search for the original images, and there will definitely be we'll go into greater depth about that too, but did any of those original images exist, or were you looking as well for the context of the newspaper itself?
Well, I needed to see what people actually saw. and they didn't see a photograph at the archive of the newspaper. They saw newspapers. So in order for me to understand what they were basing their perceptions on and what they actually saw and how that shaped this new image, you need the actual newspaper. There are photographic archives for these newspapers, but that doesn't give me any idea of what people saw. The difference between a photograph and a photomechanical reproduction can vary so greatly that you really need to see what people actually were able to pick up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. And I would invite Kathy, if she has any follow-up questions, to put them directly in the Q&A, and we'll make sure that Dr. Williams gets those questions. So we have a few other questions, or at least a couple of questions here for Dr. Williams and a question for Meryl. And so I'm going to switch over to Meryl and then come back to Dr. Williams' question. So for Meryl, are you archiving the posts from Instagram and Twitter? And if so, how?
That is a question for our processing team. So I can get back to you with the specifics, but I do believe we have a big web archiving portion of our project that is focusing on just capturing a lot of local news coverage right now. So a lot of coverage about what's happening at CUNY and what's happening in Queens broadly. For our Instagram and Twitter, I believe that we are doing similar types of web crawls, but I would have to confirm for sure. So I can get back to you on that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Meryl. So Christiana, I'm going to put that one in answered. However, we'll mark that Meryl and Joanne may be able to provide some additional information about your question. Okay, and so we're going to go back to Dr. Williams here with Amanda's question. Hi, Dr. Williams. Thank you for your wonderful work and presentation. Just curious whether you have ever analyzed the technology used to produce photos in the early ethnographic research projects. So maybe cultural anthropological projects and things like that.
I have looked at those, but I have not analyzed the technology that's related to that. It would actually be interesting to see what that technology is that's happening at the same time as that transformation of the sports imagery, to see if there's any overlap with rotogravure there. Thus far, I don't think there is, because I know of the 4 publications in France that used it, and they were focusing on World War I, with the exception of the other sports newspaper. And I've actually flipped through them because I was looking for images that had representations of African descendants, and I didn't find any. But that's a great question. I thank you for it, and I will look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really interesting, both in terms of the photographic processes, Dr. Williams, but also wondering how the transformations of those natural history, cultural anthropological photographs and depictions in natural history museums would compare to the context of representation that you've been studying so far, which have been print magazines and newspapers. Super cool. Okay, we have another question for you, Dr. Williams, from Maya. This is more of a comment, but as a person with a background in art conservation, I'm acutely aware of importance of preservation and study of actual art or textual object versus the image. This presentation adds weight to that consideration, so archives should focus on physical preservation of objects as well as digitization efforts. And I'm just curious to turn that into a question, Dr. Williams. If you've talked to some conservationists that are in archival contexts or in contexts where some of these collections of newspapers or media representations exist, and if you can speak to conservation of the originals, if you've had any interaction with those knowledge workers.
Well, actually, okay, the fact that there are only 2 newspaper repositories in the country says a lot. And it speaks to the fact that it is difficult to conserve a newspaper. They're printed on cheap paper so that they can be affordable, but the cheap paper disintegrates time, and really rapidly this process happens. But then again, some of them do and some of them don't. The newspaper that I bought was printed in 1927, but it also has a clay coating on the surface of it, which renders it more durable than some of the other newspapers I have from that same moment. It is, and I don't think it's necessary to keep all the newspapers. I just think that there needs to be a lot of people and a lot of specialists on those committees when those decisions are being made. Some of those objects you need to keep, samples of these objects. But the people who are making the decisions have to have an in-depth knowledge of what all the implications are of the samples what's being kept and what's not being kept, and what the implications of what will be transformed into something else and what that technology could possibly do in that transformation process. And that's the part that's usually not the case. That really needs to be opened up. So you need people who are specialists in the technology. You need people who are thinking about possible questions that people could have in the future. You need people to be thinking, who are looking at the possible ways of transformation and keying in on the aesthetics of the representation. And that doesn't typically happen either, to my knowledge. So those are some of the things that I've heard. I mean, I've spoken to a lot of the staff at the repository at Duke, and I mean, everything, it's possible to keep everything, but I don't think you need to keep everything, but it is possible to store a lot of papers. There are ways to do it now. That paper being at a flea market, that means it's appearing outside and in the weather, and it's held up all this time. So I think that there's a lot of deep considering that needs to happen in terms of when we think about transforming, and taking, a lot of things get trapped in that analog form and aren't accessible in digital archives. So how do we think about transforming that analog material into something that's machine readable and searchable? So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
No, that's terrific. Thank you, Dr. Williams. And I just want to mark too that in talking about labor and sort of who's given the space to develop a contemplative practice, I think of the role of the reflective practitioner, which is a book that Daniel Schoen wrote many years ago, but is a general idea out there as well about this notion of who is given the space and time to reflect on their practice and think about the extent to which, as Dr. Williams pointed out in her presentation, values and experiences are being inscribed in the decisions that they're making consciously or non-consciously. So if we can do what Sandy and Ruth sort of pointed to in the movement that they've been building in cultural heritage towards giving every knowledge or memory worker the space to do that critical reflection, then I think that the preservation and access outcomes of that will likely be better in terms of representation. So social justice and reflection and practice are both closely coupled. So thank you so much for your question, Maya. And so I wanted to, and I will just say, Janelle, I see your question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give everyone else a little bit of time to see if they have any more questions they'd like to post in the chat by posing a question to all of our panelists, starting with Christina to kick this one off. And then we will return to your question, Janelle, and see if we have any other attendees that have questions for our panelists. So this question, again, is for each of our panelists. You can take turns. Christina can kick us off. So each of your presentations is in the context of institutional collections. What's there or what's not there? So you all touch on different ways that repositories, collections, and institutions are part of a much broader ecosystem as well. So in the case of Christina, protocols, standards, and data of a much larger data ecosystem, the semantic web. In Lenice's case and Dr. Williams' case, you're looking at technologies that mediate representation, who's represented, what types of labor are represented over time. And then in Joanne and Meryl's case, you're looking at how third-party platforms provide free to low-cost tools for individuals and groups to publish content, to organize content, and to connect, but also face potential physical and emotional risks of being user as a product, and that being the model of a lot of those platforms. So can each of you share any preliminary or very developed thoughts that you have about where and how institutions are situated in this broader ecosystem? And what do you see as the great possibilities and opportunities for archives and cultural repositories in this current moment? And so Christina, would you like to kick us off? And then when you've sort of shared your response, please do hand it off to Lenice or Joanne and Meryl.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a specific contribution to give on the status of the institutions, but from, let's say, someone who works outside archives and cultural institutions, but in academia, I look at the institutions as, well, I think of the challenges of making institutional content available beyond the walled gardens, beyond the siloed databases, and basically tearing down the constraints that make the data and information kind of available and accessible through individual portals. So all my work, or our work, is based on the idea that data needs to be open and the data needs to be linked outside institutional barriers. So a lot of institutions, actually, cultural institutions, art institutions, and archives have made efforts in making their data open and linkable. And I think this is the framework that would go beyond institutional constraints without losing the possibility for institutions to retain their content, decide which kind of content they don't want for any kind of reason, for example, provenance. When we think of art, they need to keep, and they need to manage, maintain, store, preserve as mandatory functions of the institution. But then there is this layer, that's the semantic layer of data, that through a framework like linked data has the possibility really to go beyond and to trigger new ways of looking at information and content. So this is my perspective, and this is kind of a movement that we are part of it. So it's a way of thinking beyond institutions, but in alliance with institutions. So should I pass it to Meryl and Joanne?
Sounds like a plan. Awesome. Thank you, Professor Faccioli. So I'll just take a quick stab at the question, and then Meryl can also add her thoughts in. But in terms of kind of situating ourselves in this broader ecosystem, I think with Queen's Memory, the kind of viewpoint has always been it's about the community and it's for the community. And so what we've been doing, I feel like, with a lot of these platforms, you know, as you said, Jessica, there is the risk of having the user as a product model. And I think in terms of the way of, once again, viewing it as for the community, by the community, one of the ways that we try to avoid that is being very open with our the people that we're contacting. So I can speak from the panelist viewpoint and like kind of the public programming that we've been archiving is that, you know, I'm very open. I was like, this is going to be archived. This is a discussion we want. If this is something you do not want, please let me know. You know, just being very open and intentional of just, this is the conversation we're having. People who've been on these panels, they know I send like questions 2 weeks in advance, and this is which questions do you want, which questions don't you want? And by having that model of just really involving the contributor as not just, oh, I want your material, but actually saying, I want you as a contributor, I want to work together, we're collaborators. I feel like that is a way that we've been able to use these social media platforms to really combat that risk of having a user as a product. And also, I think in terms of the social media part, in terms of the broader ecosystem, I feel like with the way technology is going, the way that the communities are communicating, it really is through online platforms like Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And there's so many more, but we could only cover 3. And so, you know, to really engage with people who don't know about archives. I mean, I was interviewing someone for the What Shapes Our Communities, and she's like, you know, she's like, this is the first time I've ever done an oral history. You know, this is not something I thought was, you know, it really, I think, gives a point to really empower people to really speak about their experiences, because sometimes people look at archives and they're like, my voice doesn't count, so I'm not going to try. And so by really using these platforms to say your voice matters, we want to give your voice a platform, it really, I think, inputs us in with the communities and communities that we work with, and also communities that are not fully aware of just oral history projects that are happening and all the amazing archive projects that are happening, and really saying you have a voice to contribute. And so, Meryl, if you want to add anything onto that.
I think that's really well put. And what I might add is, you know, these tools are all imperfect, and we are very aware of that. And to the earlier question about how we're archiving, if we're archiving these public channels that we're using on Instagram and Twitter, I think we are trying to be intentional about what we are saving in the archive that has not been expressly consented to be added to the archive. So in the web forms that we have for any digital contributions and anything that's being recorded on the oral history side, there are very clear terms that we make sure are, you know, clear, understood. If there are any objections, that we discuss that. But there's always the kind of the stopgap, let's say in the oral history interview, and I always try to emphasize this, is if at any point before the interview, after the interview, in the middle of the interview, if the interviewee says, I don't want to record anymore, or after the fact, if they say, I'm glad that I had this opportunity, but I don't want this to be shared publicly, there is no pressure from our side that, oh, well, you've committed to participating, so because of that, this is ours. There is never any pressure to contribute if the people involved do not wish to contribute. And so I think hoovering up some of the different hashtags that we could around, you know, kind of broader stories of what life is like in Queens right now with all these different hashtags that we could definitely target, I think that I wouldn't be comfortable doing that. And I don't think that we as an organization, as a program within the library and the college are doing that. There have been some questions that we've had about, especially for a lot of mutual aid societies that have sprung up in recent months, you know, maybe creating an archive of their public streams, but we wouldn't do that without their consent. We would want to go to them first before we do any kind of web crawls or anything. So, you know, it's the discomfort of there's so much out there. It is very ephemeral in a lot of ways. We want to make sure we have this in the record, but is that our role? If we have the tools at our disposal, that doesn't mean that we have the responsibility, or really the onus is not on us to do that, and we should not do it as an ethical, you know, I hope that we are an ethical organization in our practices, but I know that this is a broader conversation. I don't want to take up too much time, but I think, again, like these tools are imperfect. We're trying our best and trying to be careful about what we're doing, and just to echo what Joanne said, making sure that the people involved are aware of their role in contributing to the archive, and that they have a space in the archive, that we are not simply drawing from them. I think I can complete this thought in a little bit, but I'll leave it at that.
No, that's great. Thank you so much, Joanne and Meryl. So Lenise, how would you respond to this question about the role of institutions and repositories?
I would say that in records that are already in existence, there are people that are already there that can be teased out of those records. I mean, there's a lot of records that focus on well-known people. Typically, they're imaged or they appear alongside less well-known people. Lift up the less well-known people. I mean, they're already there. They're already in the material. So I think that has to do with taking on a different perspective so that you can see what you already have anew and think about who can be elevated from existing records. That's part of the work that I'm doing.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And I want to go back to Janelle's question while we're with you here. So Janelle says, my archival research projects center around African-American school facilities from Reconstruction to school desegregation. The Penn schools is an example from North Carolina. Oh, so Janelle just wants to flag that and say, connection. She'd like to connect with you, Dr. Williams. So I'm sure y'all can follow up with that. That's great, Janelle. And this is good. This is the best way to do it. If anybody else wants to go ahead and flag that you want to reach out to particular panelists, or you identified an intersection that we didn't even touch on between the panelists, please do feel free to do that. I'm sure that they would all be very happy to hear from y'all. So I'm going to do done on that one, but TBD, and go to maybe a question that I have for Christina and Lenise. So both of you discuss extraction and translation and the need to return to the original work in order to surface invisible people and their labor. And this speaks to Kathy's question about to Dr. Williams about whether or not she was trying to identify the original photograph or looking at it in the context of the newspaper. So the need to return to the original work. For Lenise, labor is lost in digitization of older photographic processes such as rotogravure. For Christina, you also return to the original work, the oral history interviews, rather than existing description and name authorities to extract names, which ended up yielding more women in the jazz community than existing descriptions did or would have. So how would each of you say, or kind of talk about the reconciliation of the existing universe of data out there in things like, catalogs that like OPACs? How would you sort of reconcile the universe of existing data and what's still useful there with what we know can be surfaced with new technologies if they are applied to a representative data set? And that may involve returning to the originals. So just, maybe starting with Christina on that question and then coming over to Dr. Williams.
Well, it's an interesting question. It's always, so we started with primary sources. We are interested in really the actual content because it's where micro stories are buried. So with just musicians, let's say, and I'm talking about oral histories, but we work also with union directories of musicians, for example, in New Orleans, where you have list of names of musicians who participated and had influence and were part of the fabric of the scene, the jazz scene, but they are now forgotten, buried in the document. So using technologies to make these voices resurface. And even by building connections and putting names in context, having a new lens to understand segments of histories that haven't been written, and probably they wouldn't. Now, the relationship with the metadata. So we work with data, linked data, but it's always in a relationship with the description, with the metadata. But the metadata have a function, and for me it's plural, metadata, but have a function of helping accessing the document, finding the document, or putting the documents together related to a certain topic of concept. So it really plays a different functions. They need to be connected, but one is for giving access to primary sources. The other one is to dig into, to give tools to analyze, for researchers to analyze. So there are two planes, two layers. They are obviously related and they need to be, but they play a different role in my view.
Thank you, Christina. And yeah, Lenice, I wonder if there's kind of a different way that you would interpret that two-tiered model that Christina just described. So are there certain uses that the digitized versions of some of the the photographs of a particular generation of photographic process have? Like, does that have a particular function? Or and then the original has a particular function where you can actually see the nuance of the process and what that yields in terms of visual representation. Can you kind of talk about the existing materials that are out there that you found to be less than helpful in terms of the questions that you wanted answered, but what role might those materials have? Or how would you kind of talk about those two things in relationship to each other?
Okay. Well, I mean, when I think of the African-American newspapers that I showed, they're not necessarily useful in terms of the visual representation, but then again, they are when you think about the culture that produced those images as a form of preservation was not thinking about how these marginalized people would look. In a way, it tells you about where the values are being placed within a system. So in that way, it's extremely useful. But in terms of talking about the images themselves, it varies in terms of their use value. But I mean, I would just pose this: how often does someone say something to you? Because usually the images are accompanying articles. And a lot of people just don't put a value on images. But how often does somebody tell you something and then they do something completely different? That's one of the ways that images are really useful. That person might be doing something very different from what that article is talking about. In addition to that, there's all kinds of details in an image that may not appear in an article. I mean, in classes I teach, we talk about representations in scholarly articles, and then I flip it where I start with just the image and we pull out information on the image and then we read the article to see how much of that information is left out of a variety of different articles that are using the same image. So, but if you can't see it, you can't do that kind of work with it. You can talk about the history of newspapers maybe, and when images first get inserted and where they are on the page and the scale of them, et cetera, in relation to type. But the aesthetics, probably not. Probably not. So.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Williams and Christina for answering that question. we've got about 5 minutes until the top of the hour. There are so many more questions that I wanted to engage our panelists on today. Let's see. Oh, y'all, this is so hard. I'm gonna leave the top of the hour. And again, apologies to our attendees, because I have a feeling that there is, y'all know as well, there's so many directions that we could take this with our 4 esteemed panelists. So I'm gonna leave this last question with Joanne and Meryl. And it's if they can share with us any of the lessons from the Queen's Memory Project that have carried over into other aspects of collection development and access services design in terms of community voice or community-driven collection development.
I could take a quick stab at it. So in terms of lessons, I think kind of going back to intentionality and just laying out very clear, especially because, you know, we're not in person where I could say before an interview, hey, like this is what we're intending and all this kind of stuff. No, we're in a very tech-based world right now where we really have to make sure that everything, that people really know where are things being shared, where it's going to be used. And to actually go off on what Meryl was saying before, of like when we talk to the participants, you know, during this time we did like a virtual exhibition, and we said artwork can be archived. But, you know, with Born Digital Objects, if you're an artist, you want your digital copyright on it. So making it very clear to the artist, I was like, if you want it to say your digital copyright is going to be on the archival record, you know, it makes a big difference, because you know, you're being very mindful of the people who are participating, because they're giving a part of their experience, their life, their work in the case of this particular project, and they're letting us have it in the archive. So just making sure that we're being very mindful of their particular parameters of just making sure that we are being very respectful. And that's actually a lesson and that I learned working on the COVID-19 project. Was I learned that from the COVID-19 project and brought it to this other project that we were doing at the same time. So it's all kind of one continuous loop of continuous learning. So Meryl, did you have any comments on that?
I think I've been really pleased with the community that we've been able to engage with and build and maintain maybe over the last couple months, but there is still this very clear, it's very clear we're missing a lot of people. And with the public library being, you know, really dictated by accessibility and how do we provide access to our services writ large, not just our archiving services, but just the impulse really is on continually doing better and really reflecting on what are we doing, what are our metrics of success, and how do we do better? Because there are still many, many voices that are not part of this COVID-19 project and of the archive more broadly. And so I'll just kind of leave it on that point, that I think going forward, that's kind of what will propel the next phases of this project. How do we do better?
That is a terrific note to end it on, with that intention. For all institutions, for memory workers and people that produce knowledge, which is a vast community of people outside of formal institutions. So I just want to say thank you again to all 4 of our esteemed panelists. Their work is inspiring and thoughtful and thought-provoking. So thank you all so much for your time and for your effort. And huge thanks to all of our attendees. And again, thank you to the New York Archivists Roundtable. We're so appreciative of this opportunity to be here with you all. And with that, we'll say goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, for those of you in the audience, thank you so much for staying with us. We're going to take an hour-long break and return at 1 p.m. with a care session from Alexandra Letterman. Alexandra is a trained archivist currently working in the digital asset management space and classically trained in dance and Pilates. The care session will focus on mobility and openers within small controlled movements, followed by a short guided meditation. If you have any questions or would like to notify Alex of any current or past injuries, please feel free to drop them into the Q&A bar over the break, and we will review them before the session starts. Thank you so much, and we look forward to joining you again at 1 p.m. All right, and we're back. Thank you everyone for joining us again. Those of you who are just coming back to lunch and those from lunch and those who are joining us for the first time, welcome to the 2020 New York Archives Week Symposium, which is being presented by the Archivists Roundtable of Metropolitan New York with the Center for Jewish History. I'm very excited to open our afternoon session with Alexandra Letterman's Care Session. Alexandra is a trained archivist, currently working in the digital asset management space, and classically trained in dance and Pilates. She focuses her movement practice on accessibility, both financially and physically, mental health, body neutrality, and mindfulness. This session will explore low-impact movement that can be done at your desk, how breathwork can ease anxiety, and why any kind of movement and meditation is better than none. And Alex, are you with us?
I am.
Great.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you so much, Amy. I do really want to thank you for inviting me here today. I think it speaks volumes that to take a moment and really spotlight the people behind the archives, behind the information science. We tend to not be seen, and it's really important for us to take care of ourselves. And it doesn't have to cost a lot. It doesn't have to take a ton of time. It's something that is possible for all of us. So one thing I wanted to, I guess take a little bit of a background, and then we're going to get into it. Actually, the other people that I need to thank is all of you joining with me. Thank you for taking time for yourself this afternoon. One thing you should do right now is grab a pillow. It is something that is going to be supportive, and either you're maybe on your couch, chair, maybe your desk chair. Even if you are on a bed, that's perfectly okay. I'll guide us through some movement, but we will want a pillow at the end of it for extra support. So it might be a bit, and do this as I'm talking, why a care session? Well, again, because of you. Care has everything to do with the archives. So I got into, I grew up doing movement, but I came back to movement after I broke my leg and realized it was very expensive to rehabilitate. And my goal was to make, I call it prehabilitation, but I guess it's like a bit more proactive habilitation, where we're not spending the time, or we are spending time taking care of ourselves in case of injury in the future. And then we have the knowledge, if there's injury in the future, to take care of ourselves. It's not just about our bodies. It is absolutely related to our mental health. If you are not spending a few minutes every day and moving of some sort, it can be anything, a walk, a stretch. We're not taking the time to ground ourselves, to reflect, to take up space for ourselves. And reflection is very important, in my opinion, in archives work. The goal is to produce work that is unbiased, but we all have biases, and that's okay. But to notice and reflect and see it is where it begins. And that's why I really think movement practice of some sort is essential to the work that we do within the archives. And it's hard to say, but a lot of the times our organizations overlook the individuals producing the labor. So as much as we would love to see our organizations taking care of us, it is again up to us. So with that, I don't want to use this time talking. I think this is time for us to get into it. So the next 25 minutes is going to be very low key movement. It's going to be available to all of us. If there's something that you do not like and it's not serving you, let it go. You can come back to the position that we were already in. You can just take a seated position. It doesn't matter. This is for you. So listen to your body. And I'm going to move my camera so you can maybe see me a little bit. Oh, yeah. See me a little bit more. Let's see. All right. Okay. You'll be able to sort of see. That's good. Okay. I'm going to have you close your eyes. Do not look at the screen right now. That's not the point of this. Take a break. And we're going to start scooting our butt to the front of whatever you're sitting on. So there's space between your back and the back of the seat. Eyes are closed. And I want you to start pulling your belly button back to your spine and up to your rib cage. And then I want you to move that rib cage so it's directly stacked on top of your hips. Your shoulders are stacked above the ribs. And your head is stacked above your shoulders. Inhaling through the nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose and out through the mouth. You're going to continue that breathing and start to roll your shoulders forward, up towards your ears, back behind you, and then down your spine. Roll it forward, up, back, and down. Breathing with the movement. The next time your shoulders come down, reverse the circle, heading back, up, forward, and down. Yes, we are moving slow. It can be a little uncomfortable. That's okay. Sometimes we have to, and by sometimes I mean all the time, we got to get uncomfortable to get comfortable. Okay, let those shoulders come down your back. Take a moment, bring your awareness to your neck, to the back between your shoulder blades. What are you noticing? From here, we're going to bring our right arm out long in front of us. It's at shoulder height. And you're going to flex the palm so the fingertips are reaching up. You're going to take your left hand and bring it to your right palm so the thumb all the way to the pinky is being touched by the left hand. Drop your right shoulder down away from your ears. And then you're going to bring that left palm towards your chest. So now the right fingertips are reaching back towards the right shoulder. This is important for all the computer work that we do, our cell phones. Breathe. We're still in it. We're still pulling those fingertips back. We're still dropping the right shoulder down. We're still pulling that belly button back towards our spine and up towards our rib cage. And if movement hasn't been in your life recently, that's totally okay. If some of this is like, what is she saying? That's also okay. We have to build a mind-body connection. So just taking the time right now to do this and to think about it, you don't actually have to feel it. That's what matters. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth and release the hand. Now you're going to point your fingertips. So now the palm is facing your chest. The fingertips are facing down. We're bringing the left hand to the back of the right hand, and we're drawing the fingertips towards the armpit, the right armpit. Inhale. Exhale, release the hand and release the arms down. Shake out the right hand. Bring the left arm long in front of you at shoulder height. Flex the hand, fingertips reaching up. Bring the right hand to the left palm, catching the thumb to the pinky. Drop the left shoulder down and start to draw the left fingertips back to the left shoulder. Sometimes our eyes will open up. That's fine. But when you're ready, close them again. I hope you focus on all the uncomfortable feelings, but that's okay because we're breathing through it. Inhale. Exhale. Release the hand. We're going to point the hand, fingertips reaching down to the ground. Right palm is on the back of the left hand. And we start to draw the left fingertips towards the left armpit. Drop the left shoulder down. Inhale. Exhale, release the hand. Both arms come down, shake out the left hand. Bring both hands to the top of your legs, shoulders down, and we're going to inhale. Exhale, drop your chin to your chest. You're going to start to roll your head towards the right. Inhale through your nose. You're going to continue to inhale as you lift your chin up to the sky. Begin to exhale as you bring your left ear to your left shoulder. Continue to exhale as you bring your chin to your chest. Inhale, right ear. Inhale, chin lifts, and think about opening up your throat. Exhale, left ear. Exhale, chin to the chest. Inhale. Continue. Exhale. Inhale, we're going to bring the right ear to the right shoulder. Hold it here. So take a moment and just honor the fact that our heads are heavy as fuck. Sorry for the language, but it's true. Okay, so keep that in mind. We're going to bring our right hand on top of the head, close to the left ear. If this is too much, like I said, our heads are already heavy enough. You can bring the right hand down. Bring those shoulder blades down away from your ears, and you almost want, they're not going to connect, but you want to send the energy to your back, to the shoulder blades, so they're kind of reaching in towards each other, just slightly. And then we're going to reach our left fingertips to a low diagonal. Breathe. Again, you can always remove the right hand. From here, we're going to bring, you can stay here, or you can bring the left arm behind you, and you're going to connect your arm to your lower back, and you're going to press the back of your left hand into your right hip. So I'm going to stand up and just show you really quickly, just in case. Okay. But like, try not to look at me, it's fine. We should be feeling this deep in the left shoulder, really opening it up. Keep pressing the left hand into the right hip. If your right hand is still on your head, bring it down to your right leg. You're going to slowly release the left arm and bring it to your left leg. And then we're going to drop the chin down towards the ground. So the chin is not at center, it's towards the right. We're looking at the right hip. And now you're going to bring your right hand back to your head, specifically to the back of the head. And just let yourself open up over here. Bring the right hand down. And we're going to slowly bring the chin back to our chest. Left ear to left shoulder, inhale. Continue to inhale as you lift the chin up. Exhale, right ear. Exhale, chin to the chest. Inhale, left ear. Inhale, think about opening up the throat. Exhale. Last circle. And then we're going to bring that left ear over the left shoulder. Take a moment. Is the rib cage above the shoulder? Is the rib cage above the shoulders? Oh boy, here we go. Gravity. Is the rib cage over the hips? Are the shoulders over the ribs? We're going to bring the left hand on top of the head, next to the right ear. Feel this out. We're going to reach the right fingertips to a low diagonal. Breathe into the tension. Breathe into the tightness. We're going to bring the right arm behind us, pressing into our lower back, and the back of the right hand is pressing into the left hip. And really think about the top of the forearm closer to the elbow, pushing into the lower back, flexing the right hand so it can press into the left hip, noticing how the right shoulder is feeling. If your left hand is still on your head, bring it down to the leg. You're going to slowly bring the right arm forward. And then we're going to drop the chin down towards the ground. Bringing the left arm back up, head on the back of the head. Keep the chest lifted. And let the weight of the arm draw the head down. Bring the left hand back down. Bring the chin to center. Inhale. Exhale, lift your head up. You're going to walk your feet wider than your hips. You're going to bring your hands to the inside of your legs, or so they're right above the knees, but the fingertips are facing in. And we're going to take an inhale, move from your lower back to lift your chest up. So now we're kind of arching, butt is sticking out, chest is lifted, chin is lifted. And then you're going to exhale, rounding your spine, pulling the spine back to the wall behind you. Inhale, lifting up. Exhale, round it back. Pull that spine back. Feel those shoulders pulling away from each other. Inhale, lifting the chest, arching the back. And exhale, round it. And we're going to stack it back up to a seated position. Walk your feet in, hip distance. And now we're going to bring our right ankle to our left knee. We want to try to keep the right knee wide. So we're essentially doing a sitting figure 4. And maybe even just sitting here is like, all right, I can feel that in my hips, my butt, my legs. Good. Really flex the right foot. If you have a table or another chair in front of you, that's going to be helpful. If you don't, you can still do this. We'll do it together. We're going to inhale, lift both arms up to the sky. Exhale. We're going to lean forward with a flat back, reaching the fingertips forward. So if you had a desk, you would place the hands on there. And it's not about how low you're going. It's about removing the roundness from your lower spine. Pull the belly button up towards your spine. Close those eyes and breathe through it. Keep flexing the right foot, sending your heart forward. Inhale through your nose. Exhale, round your spine. So the head's going to come down. Maybe you walk your hands out a little bit. Let that spine pull towards the ceiling. And then you're going to slowly stack your spine up to a seated position. You're going to continue to cross your legs so the knees are stacked. And then we're just going to lean over our legs, letting your head come towards the knees. Let the arms be heavy. Inhale, exhale, stack it up. And undo those legs. We're going to bring the left ankle to the right knee, letting the left knee open up wide. Inhale, both arms up towards the sky. Exhale, flat back, leaning forward. So we're trying to connect the butt, the sit bones down into whatever you're sitting on. We're sending the heart forward. We're removing any roundness from our lower back. And again, it is not about how low you go. That's irrelevant. Breathe into the hips, breathe into your leg. Inhale. Exhale, rounding your spine, just so the head comes down. It's, again, you don't have to lower your whole torso or the whole spine. It's more about rounding the spine now. Walking the hands forward slightly. Inhale. Exhale, stack your spine up. Continue to cross your legs. Knees are stacked. And we're going to just bring our body down. So we're hovering over the legs, letting the arms be heavy. Inhale. Exhale, stack it up. And undo those legs. You're going to grab your pillow, place it behind you. If what you're sitting on does not have a back, maybe come down to the ground. This is a good time to just be supported. And scoot your butt back so we are leaning back. Close those eyes. And you're going to inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to let your breath come back to its natural breathing. Don't try to control it. Actually, I lied. We're going to control it. Inhale, lift your arms up towards the ceiling. Exhale, lower your arms down. Inhale, arms up. Reach through those fingertips. Exhale, lower down. Inhale, lifting up. Sip in a little bit more air. Reach a little bit higher. Exhale, take up the space you created today. Take a moment and thank yourself for spending time on you, with you, and for you. Take your time opening up your eyes and moving again. If you're interested in affordable movement classes, you can follow me on Instagram, Lady This and That, totally spelled out. I'll put it in the chat. I also have a monthly newsletter, I don't like to spam, with more details on how to sign up and all of that. But I'll answer any questions in the chat or through Instagram. Thank you so much for having me. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Archivist Roundtable. I'm honored.
Thanks, Alexandra.
Of course.
Let's see here. Oh, all right. Thanks everyone in the audience for joining us today. While our next panel gets set up, I'll give you a brief introduction. Our next panel is, oh, stop sharing. It had to happen at least once today. There we are. My apologies for the technical glitch. So our next session is entitled All Power to the People, Centering Collections and Communities in the Archives, and is led by the Blackavist Collective. The Blackavists are a collective of trained Black archivists based in the Chicago area who prioritize Black cultural heritage preservation and memory work. Their work addresses gaps in institutional repositories regarding histories of people of color and queer communities, working class and under-resourced communities, religious minorities, and individuals with disabilities. The Blackavists provide professional expertise on cultural heritage archiving and preservation practices to document historically underdocumented communities with services built on a framework that centers a people-first approach to collecting and care of archival materials, and that reflects an active resistance to racism, sexism, ableism, religious, class, and gender oppression, and environmental harm. We're joined today by Stephen Booth, audiovisual archivist at the Obama Presidential Library and U.S. National Archives, Tracy Drake, archivist at Reed College Special Collections and Archives, and Raquel Flores Clemens, University Archivist and Director of Archives, Records Management, and Special Collections at Chicago State University. Welcome, Stephen, Tracy, and Raquel.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having us.
Yeah. All right,
Let me make sure that everyone's video is on. I see Raquel, Stephen, and...
It won't let me turn on my video, so it's...
Oh, let me see. There, I think we've got it now. Perfect. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I'm going to hand over the controls to you, but as I mentioned to Stephen over the break, at the end of the session, when you want the poll launched, I'll be at the ready.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And let me go ahead and share my screen. Uh-oh. All right, can everyone see that okay? Perfect. Good afternoon and welcome everyone. I am Stephen Booth, and on behalf of my fellow Blackivists, Tracy Drake and Raquel Flores Clemens, I'd like to say thank you to Amy MacArthur, Maya Noington, and Rachel Harrison for their invitation to participate in this year's New York Archives Week Symposium. We are really excited to share this opportunity with so many of our esteemed colleagues who we deeply admire and respect. To begin, we want to first acknowledge that Chicago is the rightful traditional homelands of the Council of the Three Fires, the Ottaway, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations. Many other nations, including the Miami, Ho-Chunk, Sacs, Fox, Kickapoo, Peoria, and Muscouton peoples also call this region home. The indigenous community here still practice their heritage and traditions and care for the land and waterways. Because of our collective Chicago roots, it is our responsibility to acknowledge this historical context and build reciprocal relationships with the tribal nations on whose land we occupy. We must all recognize that we continue to benefit from the use and occupation of indigenous land to which we have no legitimate claim. We are on stolen land. We also want to take a moment of silent reflection to remember the individuals we have lost in 2020, both to state-sanctioned violence and the COVID-19 pandemic, as these individuals are very much so still in our hearts and minds. Let us continue to remember them through our collective fight for liberation. As stated in the lyrics of Ella's song, written by Bernice Reagan Johnson of the iconic Sweet Honey in the Rock, dedicated to human rights and civil rights leader Ella Baker, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Thank you. So who are the Blackivists? We are a collective of trained Black archivists who prioritize Black cultural heritage preservation and memory work, and we've been working together since 2018. Through our often random conversations with each other about archives, our institutions, and the profession at large, we realized as individuals who are rooted in the city, those of us who grew up here and those who are transplants, that we live in these communities and we are very much so a part of these communities, and that the Black experience in Chicago is so rich and deep and filled with diverse history and narratives that most of them will not end up in archives or special collections. And because we love Black people, our families, and our city, no matter how problematic it can be at times, we decided to join together to collectively share our invaluable skill sets and expertise to help individuals, families, communities, groups, and organizations document and preserve their narratives, histories, and experiences outside of mainstream archival repositories. And so it is in this capacity that we provide training, project management, best practices, and consultation on analog and digital archives upkeep. This includes recommendations for how people and organizations can maintain their own historical records or how they can work with institutions that want to acquire their collections. As practitioners, we also know firsthand, based on our varied experiences working at corporate, government, academic, and nonprofit institutions, as well as public libraries, that archives and special collections, as well as archival practices, are not neutral. And because of this, we felt it was necessary and critical for us to build our services on a framework that prioritizes a people-first approach to collecting and care of archival materials. And our approach to that work reflects an active resistance to racism, sexism, ableism, religious, class, and gender oppression, and environmental harm. We also prioritize projects and clients that fill critical gaps as it relates to the histories of Black, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQIA+ communities, working class communities, individuals experiencing homelessness or mental health crises, religious minorities, and individuals with disabilities. It's important to state that we are not a collecting organization, nor do we do this work on behalf of our respective institutions. Therefore, we are uniquely positioned to incorporate and practice some of the theories and philosophies that inspire us as individuals and professionals. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Tracy Drake, to tell you more about some of the organizations that we've had the privilege of working with.
Well, thank you, Stephen. I'm so excited to be here and share this work and with you all. And I'm going to briefly discuss 3 of the projects that we're currently collaborating, currently collaboratively working with community members on. But I also want to note that all of these projects that I'm going to discuss with you today were projects that were all already going on for several years before we were brought to the table. Each of the groups, the community members, had reached a juncture in their progress toward completing their projects where they could directly benefit or needed the expertise or advice of a trained archivist to assist them. And so, as Stephen already mentioned, we were already embedded in the Black community in Chicago. And so these projects evolved from already existing relationships. So the first project that I'm gonna talk about is the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. And so I had already been working with them for probably about 6 months to a year before the Blackovist team was already brought on, but they had actually been working on this project since 2004, the collection of and documentation of their historical narratives around the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. So since 2018, the Blackovists have been consulting with members of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party about best practices for the capture, storage, preservation, and conservation of oral histories, and identified resources to support their, so we provided resources to support their narrative gathering and community archival initiative. And what happened is when we were brought to the table, they had already done a ton of like oral histories, but they weren't necessarily up to archival standards. The collection was done on a media type that was slowly being obsolete. And so that was one source of the project. And then another aspect is they also have archival material. So newspapers, photographs, a lot of which actually before we came into the picture, we, you know, as many archivists probably hear all the time is that, oh, I had this stuff in my basement and I lost half of it because my basement flooded, right? And so we also knew that deterioration is one way in which we lose the stories within the Black community. And so it was important for us to partner with them on that front so that we don't lose that material. It was also important on another front because this community, this group of people are also at a point where they're aging. They're in their upper 70s. So it's critical that in 2018 at that time, and even now, that we complete this project and get it finished because you know, our elders are sick. And so we need to capture this, a part of this history. And so we also knew that it was important to capture these stories because we, through the story of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party, which was on the west side of Chicago, we are also able to tell a history of a people that was a community that was situated within the west side of Chicago. And that's not a story we necessarily hear. When you hear about the history of Black Chicago, it is mostly centralized and focused on the south side of Chicago. And so on that front, we also knew that it was important to capture those narratives. And then another important reason that is perhaps maybe even more important to capturing those narratives is so it's important to I think for us as archivists to think about and information professionals is that The Panthers were largely targets of surveillance and state-sanctioned violence. And so in the case of the Panthers, because they were so heavily surveyed, much of what we know about them in the historical record that currently exists is through government documents, right? Which also tells one part of the narrative, which also might not be as factual. And so we, in this essence, wanted to create uh, a counter narrative to the stories that were already existing, and also to demystify the narrative surrounding them. And then there are a lot of myths about the Panthers and their work and what they were doing at the time. And so this created an opportunity for us to do that, although it's happening some 50 years later, right? And so that's why some of the work that we've been doing with current activists is also important, because we don't have to wait 50 years later to get that narrative out and get a counter narrative to what the state sanctioned violence, what the state records and government documents are telling us about various groups. Because what we know is that the state has a pretty effective like PR team, right? And so they're really great at getting a narrative very quickly out, and that the public will believe it. And so that's why this work is truly important. And so we are still continuing to work with the Black Panthers. They are at a juncture where they're still in the gathering and collective area of the project. And so we are continually to work with them as we get towards the final completion of that project. So another important project, which is very important, or a group that we were contacted to work with, is the Chicago Torture Justice Memorials. And I think for very similar reasons, this is just as an important narrative as the Black Panther Party narrative gathering, is because it also creates a counter narrative to state sanctioned violence against Black and brown men. So if you're unfamiliar with the Chicago Torture Justice Memorials, John Burge was an infamous police commander in Chicago, and he was accused of the torture and abuse of several mostly Black men between 1972 until about 1991. And although we are not exactly sure of the exact numbers of men that were tortured under his order, it is believed to be somewhere over 200. The torture was used to obtain false confessions for crimes. Many of these men were not even, they were convicted for crimes that they didn't even commit. And then it actually is the reason, one of the reasons why Illinois has a moratorium on the death penalty, because a lot of these folks were sent to the death penalty. And so Burge was later convicted, not even of the torture directly, but he was convicted of perjury and obstruction of justice related to a civil case under which he lied under oath. And so in the settlement that led up to the torture survivors, so they got reparations in the form of monetary value. And then survivors during this court case also demanded that the history would be taught in Chicago public schools. And so as this was added into the curriculum for Chicago public schools, there was a significant increase in the demands for survivors to actually come and speak directly to students in schools, of which like it's not a lot of them around to actually go into the schools. And so they felt that it was really important to create an archive or oral history that could easily and accessibly be used for students, teachers, scholars, or anyone interested in learning more about the history. And like I said before, much like the instance of the Black Panther Party, in this case, the state is on record as saying, you know, that this didn't happen. There is a huge history of the denial of this event. And so it was really important for us at this time to capture the narratives directly from the individuals involved and create a counter narrative to the state's narrative of state sanctioned violence. And so what we did when we came into this project is the Blackavists led by Stacey Williams, a socio-technical sustainability roadmap workshop for the Chicago Torture Justice Memorials Working Group that focused on building the digital infrastructure for a website featuring oral histories, which is one output of the memorial project. And so as a part of that, members of the Blackavists were present and on hand for the workshop to help assist with community members, which included all of the stakeholders at the table, including torture survivors, historians, community activists, and academics. However, all of the digital infrastructure and choices that were made was made by the group themselves. So we kind of informed their decision based upon our expertise and knowledge of archival practices, but it was really led by the community and all of the stakeholders that were involved. And so that was our work there. So they're currently working on the capture of those oral histories in order to build the digital infrastructure. So that's where they are at in the process. And so the final project that I'm going to talk about that we were involved in is Honeypot Performance. And this is kind of cool. I like my facial expression probably visibly changes as I talk about this project, because a lot of the two previous projects that I talked about were, you know, very heavy project. We were dealing with state sanctioned violence, but we also understand that in capturing the narratives of like Black Chicago, Black African-American history, right? Our story is one of survival, but it is also one of like love, joy, you know, a fight for liberation, struggle. And so there is joy in the midst of that pain. And we always have to remember that and to document Black joy as we document Black life as well. And so this was perhaps like a pretty fun project to be involved with. So Honeypot Performance is a creative Afro-diasporic feminist collaborative committed to documenting and interrogating fringe subjectivities amidst the pressures of contemporary global life. So Honeypot Performance enlists modes of creative expressive to examine the nuances of human relationships, including the ways we negotiate identity, belonging, and difference in our lives and cultural membership. Dismantling the vestiges of oppressive social relationships is a part of the work. Through critical performance, public humanities programming, and deep community engagement, they emphasize everyday ways of valuing human life. So following in the footsteps of cultural workers such as Zora Neale Hurston, Beryl McBurney, Pearl Premise, and Catherine Dunham, Honeypot Performance forefronts African diasporic performance traditions. They draw upon a central notion found in performance studies, Black feminist discourse, and sociology, non-Western, everyday popular, and folk forms of cultural performance are valuable sites of knowledge production and cultural capital for subjectivities that often exist outside of mainstream communities. So I say all this to say that they focus on African diasporic traditions that's rooted in performance, so theater, dance, in which I think that's important to. I wanted to read their description of themselves because I think it's important that I invaluable to let their words speak for who they are. and I think that goes to also lends itself to what Stephen was talking about, our people-centered approach. So we believe in letting people speak for themselves. These community members have an embedded set of knowledge, within the community. And so we should let them speak for themselves. And so how the Blackavists got involved is so since 2018, like I said, all of these were built upon previous relationships that we already had. One of the members of the crew, the Blackavists Collective, had a relationship with Honey Pot Performance. And so in 2018, we were approached to collaborate with Honey Pot on their Chicago Black social cultural map. And that's an online public humanities project documenting Black social culture from the Great Migration through the early 21st century, with a focus on the emergence of house music. There's the fun part. And culture in the 80s, to provide free in-person consultation to event attendees on DIY archiving, tips for safekeeping, personal photographs, documents, and audiovisual material related to the Chicago house music scene. So the community archiving days had two goals. One was the education aspect of it. So there were panels that included so folks who were involved in the production of like house music, so like the DJs, the dancers, the performers on all levels, anybody who had something to do. I think they even had the retail stores that we would visit in Chicago. So like George's Music Room, which was really exciting because I remember as a kid, right, being actively going to that store and wanting to go to that store to spend my money, right? Dr. Wax's, which is also a place that no longer exists, but it is significant when we understand like music in Chicago. And so there was that part of it. And so the Blackavists also, as a part of, like, though there were those panels, but the Blackavists also had panels on those days where we talked about the nitty gritty of archiving, right? So if you're not going to donate your material, here are some tips that you can do to take care of that stuff, to, right, again, make sure that we don't lose that history because it, material deteriorates, right? So that's an important component of what we're doing, trying to make sure that we capture those stories. There is also an oral history station. And then so folks could tell their stories related to house music. Everybody has an experience, right? A cousin or a family member who introduced them to it, who took them to their first dance party, all night dance party related to the production of that music and the dances that were involved with it. And then also there was a digital like archiving station. So members of the Blackavists, when people would bring in items, people would actually bring in items into the to the community archiving days. And so we would digitize that stuff so that it could be included on the digital mapping project, which is actually in the works now. So Honey Pot is in the process of working on grant funding. And so they're going to build an Omeka site, which will be the social digital cultural map, which will map the emergence of Chicago house music throughout the Chicagoland area. And so that we did those community archiving events for an entire year. And what was really great about it is, again, like I said, we've talk, when you think about Black Chicago history and that narrative around it, it is usually centered and focused on the South Side of Chicago. But what was beautiful about this experience that we did with Honey Pot is that those events were held throughout the city of Chicago. So there was one on the north side, there was one on the south side, west side. They wanted to make sure that they capture all of those stories and narratives, and that it was one that was representative of the entire city of Chicago. So I think I've talked a lot, but another thing that I want to say is about this project is that I thought that the most amazing part of like this year experience with Honey Pot Performance was that we were able to not only tell the stories like of folks all across the city of Chicago, but what I think came out of those days was that there was we created an experience where there was a community of scholarship that was going on there. And so everybody came to the table with their own expertise and knowledge, and that knowledge was shared out with each other and then shared out to a public community, in a public community space, which I thought was pretty amazing and like really beautiful. So on that note, I'm going to hand it over to Raquel, who is going to talk about, we've talked a lot about how we've approached it from outside of the institutions, but Raquel is going to talk about maybe some ideas or ways in which we can think about doing this kind of work within our own institutions.
Thank you, Tracy. So yes, as Stephen mentioned earlier, as a collective, we do not collect materials, and that's intentional for now, but also it gives us more opportunity to work and co-pilot with the community and not be bound by the limitations of an institution. Sorry, can you all hear me? Let me try this again. Give me one moment. So sorry. Can you all hear me now? I'm getting the message that it's too low. Okay, I'll try to project my voice. Hopefully that will work. So again, we work as a collective outside of our institutions, and so that gives us more flexibility and to co-pilot with the community. But as many of you may work within a traditional institutional repository or some organization, it's important for us to reflect on how what we have learned in the work and the work that we're doing outside of the limitations of our institutions, how that can then reflect back into your institutions to help them become better community partners and stewards, better stewards. I think it's important, first of all, to recognize that there is power in being in an institution, and there's a responsibility for that institution to recognize that they are inhabitants of a community. And because, especially public institutions are institutions of the public good, you have a responsibility to your community to be involved and to be a good partner and to, in layman terms, just to be a good neighbor and to make sure that you are recognizing and owning up to any harm that an institution, especially in collecting and engaging narratives of the local community, especially if that is something that your organization is aiming to expand in their collections and to expand to have in their institution, you need to first recognize your power and your position. And even as a person that works within an institution, that you represent that organization. So there is a power dynamic there. And so be cognizant of that when opportunities present themselves where your institution can be a co-pilot. And I use that word co-pilot very intentionally because with our people-centered approach, we are approaching these projects with our area of expertise, but also owning up to and recognizing the expertise that's already within the community, the knowledge base that already exists without our input, without our contribution. So we are co-pilots in whatever that project to amplify particular narratives are. I also, in doing that, recognizing again any harm that organization may have either inflicted on the community, or have been in agreement in presence at the development of meetings. I mean, meetings that may have developed policies that were that may have caused harm to a community or a particular organization, because if you don't recognize, if you don't do the work to recognize how the institution could have been complicit in harm, you can't really move towards reconciliation, which is necessary so you can build relationships. As both Tracy and Stephen alluded to, many of these projects came from our personal relationships with our involvement in the community, and that is the benefit of us doing the work that we do outside of a traditional institution. It also recognizes, in the work that we do, we also recognize that not all narratives need to be within the confines of an institution, especially for communities of color. It's very important for those narratives to stay within community and let the community lead in how they want to partner with a larger institution or with other organizations. We are really trying to break out of this colonial framework that many institutions, and whether you work at one knowingly and unknowingly, when you go into a community trying to collect all the things, that's a colonialist mentality and action. And so, so break out of that mindset, like just going into a community or an organization and taking all the things. Really come to the table asking, one, is our help needed and wanted? And also, being willing to work in tandem and in partnership, as opposed to just taking a collection and bringing it within your organization. And so getting in that mindset when an opportunity presents itself is really, we have learned the best path forward to really to develop relationships and to maintain those relationships beyond the project, or beyond where that collection. Sometimes these organizations will want to maybe donate to an organization, to an institution. Also, too, don't if an opportunity presents itself with a community partner, again, don't approach it as like this can eventually lead to a collection or a history being brought into the organization. Again, hone into that power, centralize the people, centralize the good of the community, so that the institution is good community partners. Now, I know that may sound easier said than done, because there's a lot of things to consider when you are an employee of an organization. There even can be, legal concerns and that sort of thing. So one way to navigate that concern is to find your partners within the institution, find your allies within the institution that share similar goals, and that also want to see their organization take more responsibility for any complicity, any complicit behaviors that may have inflicted harm, and find those individuals so you all can work together as a collective, but within your organization, to then try to get more stakeholders within your institution to start to formally engage what may be troubling narratives of the institution. How can you do it in an ethical and legal way, but in a way that is prioritizing the greater good and the need of the community, as opposed to just protecting the image of an institution. So I think what is very clear in our work is that we don't do this alone, and there's a lot of power in community and power in partnering with other individuals that share a common goal, share your your beliefs and professional beliefs as well. If we can move to the next slide. So Another thing that you can do in terms of working within your institution and aligning the institution with a people-centered approach. And one thing I should have mentioned earlier too, there's a lot of, in terms of thinking about power of your organization, one thing you can also simply do is look at, especially if you're in a decision-making position, or if you have influence over, have some influence in the decision-making process, particularly around policy and procedural development. Look at your procedures, look at your policies, look at your mission statement for your organization, and particularly your unit, and see what aligns with, supporting, amplifying social justice and that reparative work, and also look and see what is missing and how can you bring those things into focus and alignment, so that it makes sense when opportunities present themselves in the community, where, if there is a hole and there's an opportunity that presents itself and you just show up as a representative of your organization, say, hey, we have these things, we have these resources, we can help. You may not, that doesn't mean that just because you have the resources that a community partner or potential community partner is going to have welcoming arms, and may question your intentions, and may question your intentions based on the history of your organization or the fact that you've never had contact with them prior. And so it's important to be intentional about saying, hey, we have not done work around mitigating harm caused by the local police. We may have been complicit in this way, but we are being intentional now about acknowledging that and trying to do some reparative work, and also being willing to bow out and step away if you get a clear no, thank you. And because that's the right of that organization, and just be prepared to get that response. But if you feel that the work is important, find ways that you can even just amplify what they're doing, or again, continue to slowly try to build those relationships and do other work to show the truth of the intention. And one way that you can do that within your organization and with the resources of your organization is, think about reimagining the space of your archive, or of that special collection. Being intentional about opening up the space to the community. Even though there has been a lot of talk and discussion and even activity within our profession of opening up our collections more to the community. But the truth of the matter is, largely those that visit archives and they use our collections are, your traditional researchers that are coming, from, organizations that are able to fund them in their work and that sort of thing. And so we would like to, encourage you all, if you are in a decision-making position, or if you can, again, develop a program to open that research up more to the community, be intentional about inviting the community in, having more open house days, inviting artists in to use your collections to develop work from the collections within the institution, encouraging the community to connect with the collections so that they can, inform you on those gaps and those holes that exist in your collection based on their lived experiences in the community. Work with, find like-minded people in your institutions and connect with other departments of possibly developing scholarships, developing fellowships to fund community members. That's one way that you can reimagine the space, and simply opening up the space to the community. Invite the community in for programs. If there are, and it's important to keep your ear to the ground about what is happening in the community, so that you know what's important to the community, what's relevant to the community, and ways that you could connect community with the resources of your institution to amplify those histories, or identify, but being intentional about filling in the gaps through public programming and things of that nature. And then cultivate relationships, and I touched on that a little bit, but I think it's important to being intentional about donor relationships, because donors are a part of the community. It's not just someone who may have lots of money, that sort of thing, but they have a lot of cultural wealth within their own knowledge. So, you know, again, so I often say our elders, you know, are walking archives, right? And so, you know, there may be opportunity to develop, you know, oral histories and such. But be intentional about cultivating those relationships beyond getting the thing or the capturing the oral history or getting whatever object. Be intentional about, even after you receive, if your organization is fortunate to receive a donation, being intentional about expanding those relationships beyond just getting things. Check in on folks. Simply call them, see how they're doing. Have you all checked on your donors during COVID? Be intentional in that way. And that will also, because community members are of the community, and so if relationships are strong with individual community members, you can build upon that. But be intentional about building upon those relationships without feeling like, or without the desire to like get something in return, because again, you are an institution of public good. You are within a community. The institution is not the community. The institution is of the community. And so I encourage you all within your role to be an influencer within your organizations, to keep that mindset going, that you all are a part of a community that has either existed before the establishment of the institution or built around that institution, and probably had to build things and responded to potential harms from that community. So again, those things are important too. And also going back to as I mentioned earlier about like kind of aligning your mission and your goals. I want to give an example of a couple of scenarios that while this was in our capacity as the Blackivist, but this is certainly something that we can share that could encourage you and think about your mission and vision of your organization a little bit differently. So we were approached by a large corporation to help them in their truth and reconciliation work. It was very clear that that organization had mitigated harm to particularly Black communities globally. And so we had a real conversation among the six of us, and we went to our mission, and was very intentional about, if this is the work that we're going to do and what that could possibly mean partnering with this organization. We decided that wasn't the right move, because it went completely, even though their effort to reconcile was commendable, it wasn't our responsibility to support those efforts. And we actually brought it back. We were intentional saying no, thank you, but also put it back on them and said, continue to do the work on your own, because it's your right to, it's your wrong to right. And so it's important to, because in that context, you may be that corporation or that organization that has inflicted harm, but possibly, if you're trying to make those reparative efforts, the onus is on you to do the work, and not to necessarily go to the community and say, hey, help us. Can you do the work for us? So those are some things to keep in mind as you think about how can you work within your institution. I'm now going to move on, and this will be a conversation, a part of the session that will incorporate the three of us, where we have different give some different perspectives on things to consider moving forward and doing this work.
Thanks, Raquel. And before we jump to that, we have a poll that we would like to pose to the audience, just to get some feedback in terms of things that you might be experiencing during the times that we're currently living in, and how your institution is responding. So please fill out the poll, as this will probably help us in our conversation and our Q&A with you.
So guys, I'm not sure if you're able to see the poll like I am. I've just launched it and we're getting some responses now. I'm gonna let people respond for a minute so that if you can't see the poll, I can report back on the findings.
Amy, do we have the results?
We are at about 65%, and it looks like a few people are still adding more in.
Perfect.
And actually, if you want to back out of the screen share, we'll put you on gallery view so the attendees can see all three of you.
All right, perfect.
While we wait on the results of the poll, one thing I was thinking about as Raquel talked about that what I was thinking about that piece about the community programming and taking a collaborative approach. And I think that's one in which like we haven't done a lot of in the field. And what I've actually found that the most successful approach to community to programming in communities. I know everybody struggles, right, pre-COVID, right, with getting the numbers, right, in for attendance. But what I found is that when we work with the Black Panther members to do a year's worth of programming, is that the most successful programming that we had was actually informed by themselves. And so it was a collaboration in which they were part of the actual planning, the creation of the program. I like made suggestions sometimes and they were like, no, let's do this. And then what we found is that when they were actively involved and engaged in the actual planning process, we had for one successful event, we had like 400 people show up. And so I think that if we start to think about programming as a collaborative process between us and community members and donors, then we will be much more successful. And, you know, we have a proven track record of success when it's done, so.
Yeah. Well, and it makes sense though, because they would have sort of their finger on the pulse in a way that some of us who are more back in the stacks don't necessarily have. Okay, so we've got 68% of the audience, 69 has now voted. I think we're close enough to kind of report back to you guys. So the first question was, does your institution or repository have a diversity, equity, and inclusion statement? And so the responses were 76% said yes, and 24% said no. Do you want me to go on through all the questions?
Yes, yes, please.
All right. So the second question is, did your institution release an anti-racist statement in response to and in support of the movement for Black Lives for Black Lives Matter this summer? 81% reported yes, 19% reported no. And then the third question is, has your institution or repository begun to implement actionable items to decolonize your archives and collections, i.e. reading room surveillance, data collection from users, cataloging and metadata practices, development policies, etc.? Of those, only 55% said yes, whereas 45% have said no. And then this will be a little bit trickier to break down for you guys, but I'll just read it off. So the question 4 was about who are your core users and to check all that apply. 21% said yes to K through 12. 56% said faculty and administrators. 52% said undergraduate students. 71% said historians. 35% said genealogists. 23% said performers and visual artists. 22% said media and production companies, and 18% said company leaders and board members.
Thank you all for participating. That's some really good and interesting data. And I think it goes back to what Tracy and Raquel were saying about how we need to be a little bit more intentional about the work that we do and how we do that work, especially as it involves connecting with communities outside of our institution and organization. So to wrap up, and we can continue to talk about this during the Q&A portion, of course. To wrap up, some things for us, for everyone to consider is that, this is really hard work. It's challenging, it's difficult. And we have to be, in order to do it right, there's some unlearning that we all individually as archivists and collectively, across our repositories have to do. It's messy, it's difficult, it's challenging. We're gonna make mistakes. There are definitely times when, the Black of us, we even make mistakes in terms of who we connect with and how we are able to support the different groups and organizations that we've been privileged to work with. And so, I think understanding that and accepting that in the beginning, you're able to really go into doing the work with a clear mind and vision and not put so much weight on yourself and like trying to get it right the first time, because more than likely you won't get it right the first time. Something else to consider is that, as Raquel pointed out, we are not the experts. That expertise is in the community, and it's important to remember that they are, their own knowledge creators. And so it's in our best interest to just continue to be lifelong learners, professional learners, and even thinking about, how you process a collection, right? You don't necessarily know any and everything about it as soon as you open that box, right? As you're processing, you learn more and more about that person or that organization. And so keeping that in mind as you connect with communities is really important to just be willing and open to learning something. And you'll walk away, I think, feeling a lot more fulfilled and rejuvenated in the work. And just there will be an understanding that not all public knowledge is found in your institution or your repository. And so it's important to respect that. And then I think Tracy and Raquel, the last question on the slide was, is there joy in this work? And so I'm gonna pose that actually to my Blackivists, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. Tracy, is there joy in doing this work?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is. And I think, right, like that, I'm glad that you posed it to all of us, because I think it looks different for everyone, right? We can poll everyone in this session and they're going to have a different outlook on or view of what joy looks like, right, in a collection, right? Or working with community. But for me, I think like the greatest rewards and the joy that I get out of it, of doing this work, is like working with the people in the community. And all the time I think that we spend a lot of time like in basements and unseen from the rest of the library and public. And so I think that is great for us to get out there and be around community members so that they can understand and see who we are, they'll understand what we do, because I think that we as a profession still have a lot of work to explain to people what we actually do, and what that means, right? I think our first conversations with people when we approach them as the Blackavists is like, what is an archivist, right? Like, what do y'all do? And so I think that for me it's like the joy of like working with people who also, and like just sitting at the table with like stewards of like history, like I was like totally geeking out when I was sitting across the table with my first meeting with the Black Panthers. I was like, what is this life? How am I here? But for me, that's the joy in it, the work with the people. Yeah.
Yeah, I echo everything that Tracy just said. There's a lot of joy in this work. I know I'm very intentional about finding it, not only just in my work with the Blackavists, but also just as a professional archivist. For me, in addition to working with the people and working with the community, and I think, touching on what Tracy said, and what we alluded to earlier in the presentation, people themselves are history. They hold so much history within themselves and their narratives and their experiences. And so when you encounter them in real life, right, it's incredible. But what you also learn is that our canon, in terms of the things we know about our history, our collective history, the history of this country, is limited, and it should not be the canon, right? So what the work that we are doing right now is really, we are trying to break open the canon, not just expand it. We're trying to break open the existing canons, because those canons don't often include us, not just Black people, but BIPOC communities globally. And so knowing that, like, we have the potential to do that and have that impact is really exciting, and that brings joy. Also, too, I found a lot of joy in just the fact that I get to kick it with the homies. Like, we are colleagues, and we are also friends, and our babies know each other, and we've broke bread together, and I find a lot of joy and happiness and peace in that. Because I'm in my institutional capacity, I'm a lone ranger, and so these are also folks that I can talk to and plug into about, hey, like, I'm running into this situation. What do you think about this? I don't necessarily have someone in my institution where I can, they can lend me their ear. And so that it's joy in that, and just reimagining our profession, reimagining how our collections are represented, and not in institutions, but represented and then made accessible to us and to the people. Just imagining and doing that work and bringing your dreams to fruition. It's a lot of joy in that. And it is a lot of joy in that. And I also find joy in challenging established practices that you may be confined to within your institution, but we can challenge that and push against it outside of our roles within our institution. And then in that work, you learn how to then bring it back into the institution, and then see how you can challenge it within that space. So it's this nice symbiosis of just learning and practice and evolving in the work that I find incredibly joyful.
Yeah, I echo you and Tracy. I think one thing for me that really stands out, though, is even though I'm from Chicago, uh, there's so much about the city and the Black experience here that I don't know, that I'm learning about, just being a part of the Blacktivist and doing the work that we do. And that for me brings a lot of joy and fulfillment. Because in my mind, if I don't know about it, then there's clearly somebody else that doesn't know about it too, right? And so one of the ways that we can really amplify this narrative so that more people will know about it and will be able to appreciate it for what it is, right? There's so much history and culture here in the city that, you know, I'm not going to say it's impossible to know everything, but I feel as though we're in a unique position considering there are 6 of us in a group and we bring all varied experiences that we really can touch like every area of the city and make something really magical happen in terms of amplifying narratives that aren't really that known across, you know, just thinking about South Side narratives that might not be known, or the West Side, or West Side narratives that might not be known on the South Side. And so for me, that brings a lot of joy. And I also like to say that, you know, the Blackivists, I consider us to be definitely a public facing organization. Like our role, you know, archivists are good at talking to other archivists about archives. But I don't think we really figured out a good approach to talking to the public about archives and what we do. And I think being a collective, we're really uniquely positioned to kind of do that work and have these conversations with people about what are archives, what is an archivist, how do you get involved in the field, like what does it actually take to do this work in terms of the preservation aspect of analog and digital materials. And so that for me, I feel like in a lot of ways we're archival ambassadors. And I like being able to do this. I like being able to do the work that we do outside of our institutions. I think we all recognize for us, this is not just, you know, it's way bigger than having a degree or being attached to a name, institution, or repository. Like this is, for the most part, like our calling and why we've been put on this earth. And so for me, that brings me a lot of joy because I feel like we're all doing that well. And we're doing what we were, you know, sent here on this earth to do. And so with that, we would like to open it up to the audience for questions, if there are any. I think there's one, let's see. Okay, we got a few popping in. So I'll start with, we have a question from Maya. The focus on decolonization reminds me of earlier efforts to repatriate objects collected from the indigenous peoples, from museum collections. One of the issues that came up during the process, is the question of continuing preservation of the objects and the possible lack of expertise and proper facilities in the community receiving the objects and ensuring continuing access to the objects from the wide scholarly community. Have you considered those questions in your work and what has been your approach?
Oh yeah, I think too, like I think as a somewhat of an answer, and anybody can jump in after that, is that part of that training that we talked about is that everybody that we work with won't be donating their collections to institutions or repositories, but what we're doing is lending them the skills, right, as community members who necessarily won't ever like go to library school and get an archival degree, but lending them the skills and training to actually be stewards of their own collections and preserve that stuff. So, you know, informing them about environmental controls and just basic knowledge on where to keep, you know, their material, what are the best, you know, practices to house it. I remember, and I know Raquel was there, I don't think Stephen was there a long time ago. I always tell this story about a woman who was storing her photographs in a plastic bin in mothballs. And I was like, ma'am, that's not the best technique to preserve your collection. And she didn't necessarily believe me at first. Like, she was like, I'm gonna go to Google. And I was like, wait, I have a whole degree in this. And so I brought along like 2 of the other Blackivist members, and we slowly convinced her that that was not the right approach to preservation. So I think like also too, when I think about the, when I talked about the community archiving days for the Honey Pot performance, everybody the intention wasn't for folks to donate that material. We would scan it so that we can get digital copies of it, right, to utilize it for the social mapping project. But we, as a part of those panels and that education process, it was to inform the public on ways in which to preserve their own collections, right? At sometimes at a reduced cost, right? Because everybody can't afford to just order Hollinger boxes, right? And so, yeah, those are some ways in which we have been grappling with, like, so training, like, and providing information to community members so that they can be, empowered, right, to preserve their own collection and, alleviate some of like the deterioration as a way through which narratives and collections are lost. So we have been grappling with that a little bit. And I don't know if anybody else has anything else they want to add to that. So.
Yeah, I would also add that I am a proponent of repatriation. If if artifacts and if materials from a community are in a condition where, and if that community can't necessarily meet the needs to preserve, well, I'm in repatriation, that also means acknowledging the original owners of that object, of that body of work, of that collection. And so that is pretty much a people-centered approach, right? And so that very much aligns with what we do in letting the community, basically letting the community tell us really how they want to work with us. Like, again, we've come to the projects that we've worked with at invitation to a degree. It wasn't us going to them saying like, we have something that you need. No, it was us being fans or being participants and just acknowledging that we have the skill set and we're in the room, and then letting that organization or that community connect and say, hey, you know what? Y'all can come on in, And so, so yes, as it relates to repatriation, that very much is being a proponent of that is very people-centered, because, we recognize we are co-pilots. We don't know all the things. We don't have all the knowledge that's already established community, not only community knowledge, but community practice that exists, that we are to determine how we can partner with and really let the community or let that organization lead. And if it's up to them if they want to give us more reins or what have you. And so we haven't necessarily had discussions specifically around, repatriation of, within the indigenous community and being specific and intentional about like that in our conversations, but it's there. It's just embedded in that people-centered approach already, especially in those theories and practices around that. So yes, that's how it's been considered.
Thank you, Raquel and Tracy. We have another question. Who/what is the major funding resource for the Blackivist? What does our organizational chart look like, and how are our services and resources paid for?
Just go straight for the hard question. Go straight for it.
Yeah, so there is no major, we don't have a major funding resource. This really truly is a labor of love. And as Tracy and Raquel said earlier, a lot of the organizations that we've worked with have been through our connections with those, with people who are part of those groups, and our connections to those communities. In terms of our organizational chart, it's a democratic process. Everything is done as a collective. Every decision is made. We try to make sure we meet multiple times throughout the month to go over like our current projects, look at some other inquiries that we've received, and make decisions based on like not only what the project entails, but also like our availability. Because as Raquel mentioned, we are all working professionals who have families and responsibilities outside of our 9-to-5s, as well as the Black of us. We are fiscally sponsored by 60 Inches from Center, which is a local online arts publication and archive initiative here in Chicago. And so that has given us a lot of wiggle room to now start to take in donations and also receive honorarias, and to, even start applying for some grants to, further help the communities that we're co-piloting with on their projects. Did y'all have anything you want to add? Did I miss anything? I hope not.
No, I think you answered it all. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I want to make sure we get as many questions as possible. So I'm gonna jump down and then I'm gonna jump back up, make them random. So what are your reactions to the fact that while the majority of institutions released anti-racist statements this summer, many did not?
I mean, I think for me, I think it's one thing to release a statement. It's another thing to actually come up with a plan, a concrete plan to rectify or repair some of those relationships. Or even like the first step in that is even acknowledging, right, that we've caused harm. A lot of institutions still need to do that work, right? And you can't move forward with a plan until you make peace with and reconcile with the harmfulness that you've done. And also I think like for me it's a lot less about, and this is just personal, right? It's a lot less about the statement and it's more about the actions and the plans that go along with that. So, are you looking at, the metadata for your collections? How are you activating Black collections within your institutions or collections that represent, by POC, right? Yeah, like all of those. I'm less concerned about the statements. It's just lofty language, and I'm more concerned about like the plans and the actions that people are taking. Yeah.
That's a good point, Tracy. And I think that's why we asked that third question. Has your institution actually started to implement any of these actions or plans? Raquel, I think you were going to chime in.
Yeah, no, I just echo what Tracy said. And to be honest with you, if again, I'm more interested in the action than the statement. I would rather an organization not make a statement and we know what they really are about, because that can be telling within itself. I'd rather not make a statement because they don't have a plan of action to really do the work of supporting the efforts that are going on right now to defund police and to acknowledge and to do the work of reducing police brutality and removing police from our community and acknowledging the social gaps and how those institutions are the social economic gaps and how institutions are complicit in those things. Like I don't care about a statement. I want to see your plan of action. So if you don't have a plan, if you don't have a statement, please have a plan of action. If you don't, keep your statement. So that's my take on it. Like a lot of these institutions, they pivoted because, and I hate to say it in this way, they pivoted because social justice is trendy now. Mm-hmm. And so, but what did they do after? Like, did they do anything intentionally after they, even if it's just programming is a good start, like so that they do some programming to start to have these tough community conversations. If they're not even doing something as simple and basic as doing a public program to have a conversation, keep your statement, so that's my take on it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Next question. What are some of the things we take into consideration when deciding whether or not to partner with an institution? Uh, so as Raquel mentioned, when we were uh, planning to make the Blackivist truly an official thing, because before Tracy and our other member, Skylar Hearn, they were just calling us the Blackivists. And then we were like, oh no, let's actually make this a thing. So when we started to have those conversations, we were really intentional about really crafting a mission, vision, and value statement that really resonated with all of us and that could help us, that could serve as a rubric for when we receive inquiries from different organizations and institutions about whether or not we should, even entertain partnering with them. And so typically what the process looks like is, we'll receive a message. We're always open to having a conversation. And then based on that conversation, we come together and make a definitive decision as to whether or not we feel as though we're the right people to really help that organization or that community. And there has been we've turned down a few folks just because we felt like it wasn't the right fit. And we're also very cautious about not wanting to attach our names to projects just for the project to be validated by, actual archivists. And so we know that there's a lot of that going on. And so just being you really do utilize our mission, values, and vision as a rubric to help us make those decisions. Tracy, did you want to add something?
No, I think that was a perfect
Okay.
synopsis, so.
I just saw your mic was, you were unmuted, so I didn't know. Let's see, we have, Black collections are often undervalued. So I was wondering if the Blackivists offer guidance in appraisal. Unfortunately, no, we actually don't offer guidance in appraisal. That's not an area of expertise that anyone in the group has. And so we're also cautious not to even make recommendations in those areas. And I think at some point later on down the line, we would like to make that be a part of a service that we provide. But at the moment, we do not.
Yeah, echoing what Stephen just said, but it brings up something that we are, although right now we're not making recommendations for, appraisers, that sort of thing. But one thing that has kind of developed in our work is that we are in community with different folks, especially BIPOC folk, that have different skills and that have different different skills that support the work of collecting and amplifying these narratives, whether it's someone who may have graphic design skills or someone who is a conservator or something like that, who are also people of color. And so it does present an opportunity for us to, when it comes time for certain aspects of the work that we may not necessarily have the time to do or is not necessarily a strong suit amongst us all, we can then, it gives us the opportunity that we can connect with those individuals and amplify the work that they're doing as well. So we hope, as Stephen said, at some point down the line to offer that service, whether it's with us or through someone else who has that skill. But we are intentional, not just amplifying these narratives, but also connecting with people in the community and providing a platform for their work too. That may be it may not necessarily just be archival work, but it's something that can help promote and amplify our history.
So it looks like we have a few more minutes left and we have actually 3 questions. So I'll rapid fire answers, y'all. Are there projects you've worked on that have been generative in expanding the scope of your collective's work? Uh, and the follow-up question is, you gave many suggestions on the importance of being more intentional. Would you like to share one or some gaping voids in institutional practice that just came to your attention or is deeply ingrained that you would like to see changed ASAP?
I'll take that last one. I think that what I found that has been successful and what institutions can start to do is like one, like that reparative work, but also like we have to do some work as it relates to like simply listening to community members. And I think a lot of times, like as as someone who coming from an institution, like I've seen we've even had problems where we've approached like different community members and they're like, I don't trust institutions. So, right. And that's like, you can't even have a conversation after that, right? And so we stop the conversation. But also I think like it starts with just listening, and like we don't do enough of that, and listening to what people want, like what community members want, and then figuring out ways in which we can work with them to get what they want, and then also like have a mutually beneficial agreement that it's not just about us like taking resources, right? Like Raquel said, that's a colonial view of things. So.
All right, and I'll jump to the next question. Raquel, and I have a feeling that you'll have an answer for this one. Uh, in regards to letting a community determine how they want to interact with an institution/organization, how have you ever had the experience of there being tension within the community about how to proceed? And if so, would you approach that situation?
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute. Oh, I do have experience in my, in my institutional capacity, and not necessarily in our work with the Blackavists, because we've been fortunate where there has been, once those connections have been made, we've been, we've been welcomed into those projects, and allow for our expertise to to guide conversations and such. In my institutional capacity, I have, mainly along the lines of righting wrongs and doing reparative work between community members and the institution, but through the work of the archives. Not to necessarily get into specifics, but what I will say is just a simple, if there's a situation, I can kind of get into a situation. I had a situation where there was we had a collection. I came into the organization in 2016. We had a collection that was there, but and I wouldn't say it was dormant. It was being worked on, but then it was stagnant for a while because of change in leadership change within the unit. And then also some intellectual property concerns that presented themselves. And so because of those intellectual property concerns, there was a need from the institution to just kind of say, put a lid on this for a little bit while we work those things out. But that wasn't communicated. That wasn't communicated well with the family, and so that the dissatisfaction with the community members, while it wasn't largely public, but it was public enough amongst circles, where there was dissatisfaction with the organization. And so then the individual that the collection was about passed away. And so that kind of turned up the ante on like the dissatisfaction with the institution, because there was no type of public statement or acknowledgement of this individual's death and importance and such. So I give all that context to say I went out on a limb, but I got the support of my supervisor to simply reach out and say, you know what, we did this. And there was misunderstanding of the timeline of when the last time you were communicated with, and now we also want to give you time to grieve, and we thought that was appropriate. Please, but nevertheless, we apologize. Like a simple acknowledgement apology goes a long way, and it went a very long way with reconnecting between this particular family, but which was really a part of a significant part of the community and the institution. And so, sometimes we can overthink things, and yes, not to downplay like the significance of something or severity of something, but remember, you have resources within your institution to get guidance, but you also have power within your knowledge of the, especially if you are someone of the community, you have knowledge of the climate of what's going on, and you can offer that information to your institution to help come to guide and come to a decision. And sometimes you may have to do the work yourself and then present it to the community, to your organization, say, hey, I wrote this letter. What do you think? And oftentimes it will be okay. And those simple things can go a long way, just simply saying, hey, we may have fumbled here, but we have every intention to work with you to right this wrong. And here are some of the ways that we can support, preserving and amplifying this particular history or this particular legacy. And also, but most importantly, what are your thoughts? What do you think? What are ways that you think that we can better amplify this narrative or to uplift this particular history? And a lot of times that's welcome. The fact that you will not approaching anyone like just because you come from this institution, don't approach it as if you know everything, because you don't, because we're people. We're people. We can make mistakes. Policies can sometimes create problems and mistakes. And what I found, because this has happened a couple of times, I found that when you ask, like, how do you think we can support you? A lot of times they'll kick it back to you, like, you're the expert, or well, here are my thoughts, and how can we work together? And then, you be realistic about expectations. But it really, as we've all indicated before, it really starts with listening and acknowledging, wrongs, of course, within the confines of the situation. There could be legal issues, that sort of thing, but a conversation should be had, and listening, more importantly, needs to happen. I hope that answered the question.
Thanks, Raquel. We're at time, and so we just want to say thank you all again for the opportunity to be a part of the symposium. Feel free to reach out to us on our website, theblackivist.com, also Instagram and Twitter, I think, The Blackivist as well. So thank you all so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. We're going to take 5 minutes to get the next panel set up, and then we'll return with collectivity, allyship, and mutual support, cultivating collaboration and solidarity in the workplace. And to those of you in the audience, we have one presenter who is having trouble accessing the room. I'm going to share a slide for just a moment while we help them with their technical issue. And then following that, we will have our closing keynote, Self-Named Stewards of the Historical Record, Vocational Awe, Martyrdom, and Burnout, presented by Fubazi Itar. So hang tight, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay.
Amy, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Great.
Okay. I've just been promoted to panelist, so
Yeah, sorry, Maya. I should have told you what I was doing and not just
okay.
like dragging you in here against you without you knowing what was happening.
No problem. I expected a separate Zoom link. That's why I was confused, but everything is good now.
Okay.
Okay. Maya, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, you can start.
Absolutely. And now I would like to introduce our closing keynote speaker, who is Fubazi Itar, who is an undergraduate success librarian at Rutgers, New York. Her identities as a first-generation American queer and disabled woman of color shaped her librarianship, which is guided by critical perspectives and the deconstruction of white supremacy. She is a creator of concept of vocational awe. Fubazi's research focuses on the tensions between the espoused values of librarianship and the realities present in the experiences of marginalized librarians and users. She also studies equity, diversity, and inclusion in libraries, specifically how social and organizational infrastructures privilege the works of certain groups over others. Fubazi is an author of the article Vocational Awe, The Lies That We Tell Ourselves, and in the blog WTF is a Radical Librarian Anyway, which examines issues at the intersection of librarianship, education, activism, and social justice. So without further ado, I turn off the screen to Fubazi.
All right. Hello, everyone. Give me a second while I pull up my presentation. Okay, hopefully everyone can see it. All right, so hello and welcome everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around till the end of the day, all those who have been here since the morning. And thank you for those who may just be tuning in just for the keynote. Either way, I definitely appreciate you being here, especially so late in the day. So as Maya mentioned, my keynote is titled Self-Named Stewards of the Historical Record, Vocational Awe, Martyrdom, and Burnout. My name again is Fabazi Itar, and I'm currently the Undergraduate Success Librarian at Rutgers Newark. These are my social media handles. Please feel free to follow me on Twitter or on my website. And although we will be having a Q&A later on, if for some reason you think of a question later on or just want more clarification, please feel free to, again, either @ me on Twitter or send me an email and I'll do my best to answer you. All right, so let's get into it. All right, what is the story of archivists? Well, like librarians, there is definitely an outside pressure from different fields, whether it be journalists, historians, academics, and all of their feelings about archivists and what archivists do. Here are some quotes that I've gathered about detailing how people think of archivists. So again, archivist career is one of service. They exist in order to make other people's work possible. Archivists are the handmaidens of history. Archivists are the hewers of wood and drawers of water for the historian. And their ideal, right, or the great use of a life is to spend it on something that outlasts it. And so what does this mean? What do all of these quotes mean? Basically, it posits an archivist as someone who is a steward to history, hence the title. Even in the SAA core values, it mentions responsible stewardship as one of the key values for being an archivist. And so what does it mean to actually be a steward or to have your life exist basically for others' work? Well, just as patriarchy required women to be subservient, invisible handmaidens to male power, historians and other users of archives require archivists to be neutral, invisible, silent handmaidens of historical research. The ideal archivist then is one who doesn't speak, one who serves others, one whose ideal life is to be a well upon which others draw upon. And while, again, that may not necessarily sound like a bad thing, like with librarians, it can be a bad thing when it's taken too far. Right? So here is a common scholar activist interaction. The scholar or historian or whomever the user of the archives comes into the archives looking for materials to supplement their research. The archivist or archivists provide the materials needed, either by using finding aids or by being able to, by having the organization system and classification system that allows them to provide the scholar or the academic or the historian the materials that they need. The scholar / historian / academic then takes those materials that the archivist has given them and uses them for their book, their article, their manuscript, whatever it may be, and states afterwards that they've discovered the research, completely cutting out the role of the archivist in collecting, organizing, classifying, and otherwise making accessible these materials to the general public. But as we mentioned before, if the story of archivists is to be responsible stewards, is to have history or whatever it might be bigger than your own person, wouldn't this be what we want, right? We want something to outlive us. We want to be basically subsumed by the materials themselves in a similar way that the library workers tend to be conflated with the library itself. The library helped the community. The library is open to everyone. The library is this. Why is it then that this commons interaction ruffles our jimmies so much? Well, it's because we know that if we are silenced, we are marginalized. If we are erased, we are exploited. And so thinking about how this image came to be is one way to figure out how we can hopefully in the future get to a point where we aren't as exploited, we are acknowledged for the work we do. And so let us talk about archives as a vocation. Archives, and when I say the word vocation, usually we mean it as a synonym for occupation. They are technically the synonyms, right, to the same word. However, the connotations between occupation and vocation are very different. I'm a pastor's kid. Shout out to any PKs in the audience. I know that there's usually at least one, so shout out to you. But as any pastor's kid would tell you, although you may leave church, church never really leaves you. There's vacation Bible school during the summers, there are women's retreats, there are youth retreats, there are Sunday school and Bible study. There's always something going on in relation to the church, even if you're not in the physical building. And an occupation, on the other hand, right, that the connotation there is more about a job you go and do and then go home. And so if we're thinking about, is archives, is special collections, is this field a vocation or an occupation, it seems like the choice has been made pretty clear for us. Archives has been put upon us as a vocation, in that regardless of whether you're in the building or not, you're always serving the ideals of the archives. You're always serving the ideals of history. There's a reason that all of the language used for archivists are very subservient, are very servile. The point is that regardless of where you might be, what you might be doing, we are in service to the archives. The earliest definition of vocation is a strong call or summons. And in its earliest definitions was meant to be used as the way in which you serve God. And so how does having archives as a vocation, having us as archivists serve the archives, what does that mean from the day-to-day? Well, first, it all boils down to vocational awe. So for those who might not know, vocational awe describes a set of ideas, values, and assumptions librarians have about themselves and the profession that result in the notions that libraries, or in this case, archives as institutions, are inherently good and sacred and therefore beyond critique. So to break this down even more, archives are inherently good. Well, they house and preserve important and significant documents, they determine historical truths, and they make those truths accessible to the public, unless, of course, they're undesirable. Whether it be the patrons themselves being seen as less than, or whether it be the collections themselves. As many of us know, archives have traditionally been very white, very male, very cis. And so if archives do determine historical truths, what does it say that it is so white and straight and male? It says that if you're not those things, then you're undesirable, perhaps not worthy of being considered history. Archives are inherently sacred, perhaps even more so than libraries. Archives tend to have an otherworldly or holy feel. There's the ritual of entering an archives, entering a reading room, right? First, you put your stuff into a locker. You may only use a pen. You are in a room where the desks might be far apart so that there is more space for you to lay out the materials. All of these create a sort of atmosphere, especially with it tending to be a lot more quiet than other parts of the library, if it's in a university library or other parts of the building, that create, again, this holy feel. And so if archives are inherently sacred, then what does it mean, again, that we marginalize certain populations from entering? Many university archives, even if the building itself doesn't require an ID, sometimes the archives themselves require ID or institutional access. Sometimes the archives will have very special hours that are way more limited than the rest of the building. And so take, for example, if an archive is only open 8:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, who does that discriminate against? It discriminates, it marginalizes those who might have families and therefore need to pick up their children from school. It marginalizes those who may only be free on the weekend. All of these different policies that are created make it so that those whom we deem worthy, those whom we desire to have in our archives, are able to come. And finally, archives are beyond critique. Well, as this scholar wrote about archives and archivists, archivists provide without prejudice or thought for all who wish to know the means of knowledge. But of course, archives uphold white supremacy, as we mentioned earlier, in that their collections tend to be very white and male and straight and able-bodied. The archives themselves tend to not be very accessible buildings, whether the stacks themselves are too narrow, whether it be that the reading room isn't ADA accessible, and even moving beyond the white supremacy aspects, there are tons of labor critiques that can be made about archives and archivist work that is often swept under the rug in order to, again, preserve the image of the archives. And so if this truly was a space that provided without prejudice or thought to everyone, wouldn't it be important to acknowledge the critiques of history? Most scholars and historians, when they are using the materials, using the historical record, they are not looking at it as something that can't be critiqued. And so if we are the stewards to history, shouldn't we also be able to look at ourselves and our profession with a critical eye, like we ask our patrons to do? And so how does this vocational awe in archives play out? Well, it ends up being a cycle of exploitation. First, you recruit a passionate person, someone who buys into all of the ideals of vocational awe when it comes to archives, wanting to do their part in preserving history, wanting to do their part in making the historical record available to as many people as possible, which of course is, again, is not necessarily the bad thing. The bad thing then comes afterwards with abuse, whether it be abuse through job creep, whether it be abuse through bad labor practices and low morale experiences. And I would definitely check out the work of Katrina Kendrick Davis on low morale experiences. And then finally, there's burnout. After all of the abuse and low morale experiences that have happened, the worker cannot take any more, and they either leave or they retire. And then the cycle starts all over with recruiting another person to fill that role. And so the archives act on a Taylorism model, except instead of efficiency, the model that we judge our success on is passion. As long as someone has enough passion for the job, has enough awe for the job, they are considered an ideal archivist. They are considered someone who can not think about themselves, but think about the materials and only the materials. And once that burnout has happened, once the sacrifice has been done, and there's no more left to wring out of them, we continue anew. And when it comes to archives especially, what is slightly different from libraries is the expectation of precarity. I'm sure if I asked the audience right? How many people are currently in a grant-funded position or a term-limited position or otherwise contingent labor? I'm sure a large amount of you would raise their hand or write in the comments that you are in that position. And so again, moving back from the vocation, right? The expectation of precarity comes from the idea that archivists are stewards, archivists are handmaidens. The person themselves aren't important as much as the materials that they are making accessible to the community. And so what does this mean? It means that either the university library that the archives is within will only be able to have enough funds to process a certain collection. And so someone will be hired for a grant-funded position, and when that time runs out, they have to then move on to a different grant-funded position or a different term-limited position or a different contingent position. And not only does this lead to burnout, but it also means that our patrons are never really getting the best possible work that archivists can bring, because there's no consistency. It's always, with the high turnover of people, you'll always be spending time catching up on the notes that the previous person left behind. You'll always be trying to figure out the best system. You'll always be doing almost a replication of the work that's already been done, because there's no institutional memory in order for a project to fully be done. And so how does this actually affect the workers themselves? Well, again, the work-life balance, or shall I say lack of work-life balance. There is always an unhealthy expectation of always being at work, because, as again, many of us know, the backlog is never ending. There's been, when you joined in, there's decades of backlog, and when you leave, there'll probably still be decades of backlog. And so with the ideals that archivists, right, that we are the only ones who are able to make this history accessible, it can be hard to actually do things like take a lunch break or not work in your off hours. I'm sure many of us can say that they've worked through lunch, that they've checked their emails on the weekends or in the middle of the night. And so for those who literally cannot ascribe to this unhealthy work-life separation, right? The disabled, parents, those who just have outside obligations that take time are marginalized because of that expectation. Job creep is another one. While as budgets shrink, you may have just started as processing one particular collection, or perhaps one particular medium, like being the AV librarian or AV archivist. Other things then become part of your day-to-day duties, whether it is doing more and more instruction, whether it's working with outside communities with the materials, whatever it might be. The job never gets done, which leads to a state of burnout. As Christina Masloch states, burnout is a state of exhaustion in which one is cynical about the value of one's occupation and doubtful of one's capacity to perform. When you are faced with stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and rooms of backlog, even when you are working 50, 60 hours a week, it can seem like there's no way to really be successful. There's no way to really make a true and authentic dent in this backlog. And that can lead to cynicism about archives and being an archivist in general. And finally, white supremacy culture. The ways that organizations and individuals normalize, enact, and reinforce white supremacy. These characteristics have been described and created by Jones and Okun, and they include the right to comfort, defensiveness, and worship of the written word. The last one could arguably be said as the main priority or the main ideal of archives, right? To make sure that the written word or whatever the materials might be saved before your own needs, before your own health. And so if this worship of the written word is seen as the norm, again, how do we even think about creating healthy boundaries when the state of history is at stake? I always like to have this quote from Audre Lorde. Caring for myself is not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. Self-care isn't being selfish. Self-care isn't being ineffective. It is self-preservation. We do not do our best work when we are tired, when we are stressed, when we are hungry, when we are burnt out. There needs to be breaks in order for us to recharge, and therefore in order for us to be able to do our work in a better way. Like the historians that we supposedly are stewards to, history isn't made in a day, it isn't made in a month or a year or a decade, right? It takes time and context in order to truly be able to analyze what's happening around us. When we teach our students about primary source literature, we talk about how the difference between primary sources and secondary sources is that the people were experiencing it themselves, right? So whether it be a diary, whether it be a photograph, these primary sources capture a moment in time, but it takes us as people in order to analyze and put it into context. And so we, as archivists, as archives workers, need to take our own advice as well. By focusing only on the short term, we can never get enough context to really make the materials accessible to the public, to the people we're trying to share it with. By focusing only on what we need to do to finish this backlog, we never actually think about, well, how can we best organize this information? How can we best classify this information? How can we best demonstrate it and disseminate it to the public in a way that allows context to be written? And so how do we start to care for ourselves? How do we start to act in self-preservation? Well, the first thing is to set boundaries. Again, that backlog will be there today, it'll be there tomorrow, it'll be there a year from now. Even if you worked without ceasing, that backlog would still be there. And so it's important to set time aside for your life, for your loved ones, for your hobbies, whatever they might be. Because again, once you're recharged and refreshed, you can actually think more creatively. You can actually go into work and not feel the strain and cynicism of burnout. Creating community is another one. While you may be the only one at your job, you're not the only archivist ever. Reach out to other people at similar institutions, reach out on Twitter, reach out to all of these different groups that fall within SAA and fall within ALA. Compare and contrast the treatments that you are receiving to those that other workers might be receiving. Is it better? Is it worse? How can we start to, again, set those boundaries? And finally, work collectively. It can be hard to set and stick to something new without help, especially if you're so used to having it as a badge of honor that you work through lunches, that you work on the weekends. Whether you are in a unionized place or not, organize with your peers to set and maintain a life outside of work. And so again, if you're the only one, perhaps your peers might be the technical services librarians or the catalogers or the acquisitions folk. Oftentimes, you aren't the only person doing what you're doing, or at least similar things in the entire building. There's usually at least other librarians, other people who work within the same department. And again, even if it's not your institution, it's at other institutions. Only when we start to work collectively can we start to build a voice, can we start to take our power back and hopefully get to a place where we're not just the martyrs for historians, for scholars, where we're not just the handmaidens and the stewards, but when getting to a place where we're acknowledged and valued. So thank you all again. Here are the places that you can find me. And I will stop my screen sharing so that we can get to the questions.
Hi, Fabazi. This was an amazing presentation, and it gives us so much to think about how we view ourselves and our profession. And do you feel that librarians tend to have the same martyrdom complex that archivists do, or do you feel that it's less prevalent?
I think that it is just as prevalent in librarians as it is in archivists. Again, the ideals may be slightly different in that libraries are supposed to be the last bastions of democracy, the only place you can go where it doesn't matter who you are, the soul of the community. All of these pressures still exist and still lead to that same exploitation. It's just slightly different messaging that archivists gets as opposed to librarians.
Yeah.
I have to say that I really appreciated your framing of archival archival labor, thinking about being subsumed by the collection or by history, and who's that history actually in service of. When we acknowledge the fact that we have a problem with representation in our collections. So I think it's something that we need to take seriously, and that, yeah, it's what I love about your talk and the insights that you bring through ideas of vocational awe is the ability to sort of reflect that back on our sort of internalization of those structures. And I think it's tricky. I don't want to. I think we're getting some questions in the panel, so I won't hog. But you know, just speaking from my own experience and from some things that I saw coming up in the earlier panels, I think oftentimes the way that we become aware of archives, if we're not, you know, around people who are already part of the profession, is because of an awareness that there is a risk of loss of historical memory, of materiality and its decay. And I think that entry point also kind of reinforces these ideas about urgency around that sacredness and rarefied nature. And so I think it is very difficult to build those healthy boundaries within ourselves. From the very moment that you become aware of archives, you're already sort of brought into the narrative.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. And so I saw that. Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I think it also makes it ever more important to demand that we do have more resources so it's not us as martyrs who are trying to accomplish the task that cannot be accomplished. The task is important, and maybe we should demand more resources be allocated to it. Maybe that's one way to look at it, is less trying to accomplish everything yourself. But there are a couple of questions from people in the audience. And one question is, how do we just, from Natalie, I'm sorry, Danielle Niste, how do we dismantle this view for the historians we work with?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. I think that, you know, it is definitely a work in progress, and that you can never necessarily know how a historian or a scholar or an academic is going to react, especially if they already have that expectation of service, of stewardship. But I think that as you talk with the historian, as you talk with the scholar, usually these interactions last for a fairly long time. You know, the writing of a manuscript or the writing of a book is not a one trip to the archives situation. At least in my experience, there tends to be a lot of repeat people as they're working on their scholarship. And so I think making sure that they know that it's how hard the process is, or how much rigor is needed to actually make these things accessible. I think that oftentimes, and this is the same for librarians too, oftentimes we kind of want to downplay the work that we do, right? We are like, oh yeah, I love what I do, so it doesn't actually seem like that much work, or it doesn't seem like it takes that long. And that those qualifiers that we put on our work, those ways that we demote our own role in organizing and classifying and making accessible the materials, the scholars or the historians, they hear us when we say things like this. If we act like the work isn't hard, or if we act like a secretary, they'll treat us like secretaries. And so just emphasizing that, they're not in fact discovering brand new information, but that it takes a lot of work and effort and time to disseminate this information in a way that makes sense to the users.
Thank you. Another question from an anonymous attendee. What word can we use instead of steward?
I think what we are archivists. We are people who work to make the historical record more accessible to the general public. Words like steward, words like handmaidens, words like metaphors like having archivists be the sort of drawer of water of information make it seem like, one, that we are conflated with the archives themselves, as in if all of the workers in the archives were to disappear, it would still be okay because the building is there. And as we know, right, it's the workers who are more important. We as archivists are the ones who are doing the work to make it accessible, to preserve the information for decades and centuries even. And so I think that any term that seems like we're caretakers or any word that makes it seem like we're caretakers of the historical record are words that we should avoid.
Thank you.
It's interesting though, because I feel like part of what we've seen kind of grow out of that, and I think you're absolutely right that there's been some writing around the idea of like maintenance work and how it's valued societally, or undervalued rather. And I think that a lot of what I see in the digital humanities now is that there is this sort of this desire to be innovative or to represent one's work as somehow charting new territory, pioneering, these kinds of ideas that are sort of, colonialist ideas at their root, because we have internalized this notion that maintenance work isn't valued and that we have to sort of rhetorically distance ourselves from it. And so I feel like there's just like a push-pull that's happening here where we, on the one hand, there's a reflexiveness to sort of, diminuate our own work and how we describe ourselves. There's sort of a personality type associated with a lot of archivists that we're sort of on the quieter side. And I think that sometimes those two things seem to be in tension, yeah, in a way that's very difficult to disentangle.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I would like to read the final question from Janelle. Excellent presentation. Question: as records move into digitalizing, will accessing records change? Can you give example? Very proud that you claim your status with family, community, and the Black Church.
Thank you for the question, Janelle. Yes, I think that in general, and this goes to helping everyone, both librarians and archivists, set boundaries, is to remind yourself of who you are outside of the archives, outside of the library. So for me, I'm a Christian, I'm a Black woman, I have a chronic illness / disability, I'm queer, I'm, engaged to my lovely fiance, Elena, it's always important. And I think to help even with burnout, to remember that your life exists outside of work. If this pandemic has taught us nothing, it's really shows that at the end of the day, if you were to die tomorrow, by Monday morning, they would have someone else to fill your place, to fill your shoes. And so taking care of what's important, whether that be family, friends, your hobbies, that definitely will help sort of dismantle that vocational awe. And as for your question, I think that the hope is that with digitization, there will be less stratification when it comes to accessing records. However, as we are seeing with things like in the digital humanities space, if we're not careful, we will just transfer those stratified spaces on into the digital world, whether it's how we're classifying digital humanities, how we are in that. I know that in some critical race works done by the Colored Changes Project at the University of Delaware with Gabrielle Foreman and other sort of Black archival work, it is being put almost in its own category and not necessarily within the archives. And so what we don't want to happen is to have it be that the traditional archives are this, and any archival material that do focus on communities of color or queer communities or disabled communities are seen as a special interest project or within its own category. And this can be hopefully prevented with, again, how we organize and classify materials. Naming is always very important when it comes to records. If we place things in sort of separate spaces, separate little folders, it will be seen as something that you have to have a special interest in. To use a library example, oftentimes we don't show our queer materials until June, which is Pride Month. And so or our Black materials until February, right? And so by limiting our material dissemination or our material displays to certain months, to certain time frames and periods. What we're saying is that those materials aren't helpful for the day-to-day, right? As opposed to having your displays throughout the year always have materials from different races, different sexualities, different creeds. And so while the digital sphere could potentially be a great equalizer, I think it'll take a lot of careful work to make sure we just don't repeat history, as it were.
I know we're almost coming to an end. We do have one question left, but it is a big question. I don't know. What do you think, Amy? Do we have time to address that, or? It is a question of how to, paraphrasing, how to present our work to people who don't know anything about archives and convince them of specialized knowledge that is required to do it, as opposed to something that can be done by anybody.
Yeah, I mean, this touches on so many of the things that were coming up earlier around institutional memory and what have you. I mean, if Ubazi, if you have time, I know we're running up against the clock, but you're welcome to jump into this, or we can table it and hopefully reach out to Samantha afterwards.
I can answer the question now. I think that, so prior to being an academic librarian, I was a school librarian. I worked in a middle school for a year and a high school for a year. And when it comes to working with teens, you learn very early that if you don't make the information accessible to them, given the contexts that they understand, it is very hard for them to sort of gain new information. And so for this question, there's no sort of one size fit all answer. I think that depending on whom you're talking to, think about how you can describe the profession in a way that best makes sense to them. So if I'm talking to, let's say, an academic, but one like in the STEM fields, right? And they just see it as like collecting stuff, perhaps I would mention how the way we think about medicine has changed so drastically since, leeches and bleeding and whatever it might be. And so what an archivist does is it makes sure that all of the mistakes that we've made in the past don't get repeated. Archivists make sure that the information that is out there is accurate and available to those who might need it. If I was talking to, I don't know, like perhaps a relative who had no idea what archivists do or what the archives entail, I would perhaps say, well, we've had this book of recipes that we've added to from generation to generation when it comes to Thanksgiving dinner, and archives basically do that, but for everything, right? We make sure that the traditions, that the lives of the people who lived before us are are saved and are thought about in terms of what we can do to move forward, again, how does their lives directly affect our own, and how our work makes sure that those lives aren't forgotten. And so, yeah, it can, sometimes veer into like, we save history, and sometimes if it really is just like a family member or someone where you're not going to have this deep, intimate conversation with, something as simple as that, I think, can be real powerful and relevant to them. So again, not necessarily a one size fit all answer, just figuring out what to them makes most sense, and then describing the archives or special collections and the work you do in a way that makes sense to them.
Well, thank you, Barzi. I think, sorry, we're slightly running over, and it has been a long and incredible day, and I think that everybody is probably incredibly tired and full of ideas and thoughts. And I would like to thank everybody, all the presenters, as well as the art president, Amy MacArthur, and the education committee for making this symposium possible. And thank you to all the participants for making thoughtful comments and for the discussions. And I'm sure this conversation will continue for a long time in the future. And we have a lot of work to do to make our profession more equitable and better for all of us. Thank you, everybody.
And a special shout out to Pamela Cruz and Jenny Swadash for being our technical producers throughout the day. We deeply appreciate you spending the entire day helping us get this program off the ground. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, all of you, for organizing such an amazing conference. It was definitely great to be a part of it. So I just want to say thank you guys. I know how hard organizing these things can be, and so it's definitely been a great experience.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work. You do the important work to bring people back to realizing their life is more than being on the treadmill.
All right, well, I will let you all close out. So have a great rest of your day, everyone.
Thank you. You too. Okay, so guess I say goodbye.
keep my